Part 32. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 311. Prince Douglas turned into a devil and kidnapped Queen Sophilia. The situation changed so quickly that no one expected. Rightward arrow. Among the many legendary wizards in the Ministry of Magic, only Yvette and Herman were loyal to the Queen, and at the same time activated teleportation magic to pursue them. The two deputy ministers, Anik and Shady, lived up to the name of Old Paris and stood there dumbly, watching the Queen being kidnapped. Yvette and Herman did not follow her when they rescued her. Judging from the posture, he should have thrown. The banquet hall was completely silent. The members of the Tulip family could not tell whether the Queen had successfully escaped or was kidnapped by the devil. They looked at the Landau family quietly, waiting for Austen to say something. He has the biggest trump card and the most say. Why didn't you stop Douglas? With your ability, you could have done it. Austen looked at the Death Knight with a stern face. We love each other so much, why should I go to bed? Wayne shrugged. Asshole, no matter what you do, the Queen must live, she cannot die. Austen gritted his teeth. Makes sense. Although you are so reasonable, but being reasonable is not equal to speaking loudly, with so many people watching. Don't I, the Death Knight, have no face? Wayne still wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that with so many people watching, the Death Knight could indeed be shameless tonight. He bowed slightly and said humbly, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I didn't think well. Please give me another chance. I promise to bring the Queen back. After the words fell, without giving Austen time to react, the portal opened behind him, and the undead warhorse Yulia jumped out. The Death Knight mounted his warhorse and followed the traces of space fluctuations to chase the devil and the two legendary mages. Austen let out a sigh, wondering why the little trashcan was so easy to talk to. To put the facts in perspective, the crown is about to be placed on his head. At this juncture, the Queen was brutally murdered by the devil and played right into the hands of the little trash can. It is only right to count it as an assist. Just as he was thinking about it, he noticed that the eyes of the people around him were extremely strange. Not to mention the younger members of the Tulip family, some admired them, some envied them, and most of them feared them. Austen is not a puppet set up by the four churches. He can give orders to the Death Knight. He saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. He cursed the Death Knight as a bastard, and the Death Knight was obedient and didn't even dare to fart. Lord, this is it. Zi-Fei tilted her head, crossed her arms over her shoulders, and frowned as if she was thinking about something. She knew too much inside information, and her considerations were more complicated. She was as ignorant as Philomena, who was looking at Austen with dumbfounded eyes. The chosen knights are all looking down upon this man. What skills does he have? He is worthy of being the father of my man, worthy of his own son. Austen's eyes twitched, and he was almost angry to death from Wayne. He took 2 deep breaths and said to Anastasia beside him, I don't trust the Death Knight. Please go to the Queen to rescue the Queen. Please ensure her life is safe. If this is what you mean, I will complete the task. Anastasia bowed slightly. Why are you like this too? Your Excellency Saint, when I'm talking to you, please don't bring in unnecessary relationships. It's just you and me. This is my request. Austen became numb. I understand, and please understand that, regardless of other relationships, I must also carry out your orders, right? It's true. Although it is not a system, the divinely chosen knight has a higher status than the saint and can indeed issue orders. If he didn't listen, Twilight would serve him in a desperate situation and cut him to pieces. When the Dark Goddess questioned her, she would tell him that the saint had apostatized. Do you think the Dark Goddess seeks justice for the saint, or does she acquiesce to the saint's apostasy? There is no need to think about it, everyone is dead, and another saint will definitely be chosen. Well founded, Austen couldn't find a reason to refute it. He knew that Anastasia was pretending to be confused, but he didn't dare to say it clearly. He felt sad in his heart. He had no choice but to accept the admiring eyes of the onlookers. He saw a question in everyone's eyes. His reputation had already reached the level of respect. "When is your Majesty going to ascend the throne?" Austin felt that he could still save something, and said to everyone with a dark face, "You have all seen, Austin, no, the Landau family is loyal to the royal family, and everything tonight is only for Prince Douglas. Douglas is the devil. He made many mistakes by bewitching the Queen. The Queen was blinded by him and did not see the true identity of the devil. That's why I teamed up with the Death Knight and the Saint of the Dark Church to reveal Douglas' true face so that the Queen could wake up in time. Everything I said just now is false and confuses the public. The purpose is to force Douglas to reveal his true colors. The Landau family was loyal to the royal family before, and it will be the same in the future. The Queen will always be the Queen, and no one will rebel and become the new king. Ah, yes, yes, it is so right that the Holy Father, who does not have a professional counterpart to fight against the devil, must seek darkness and death. This is what we in Windsor are like. XN. The ministers and others received the decree. There was no new king, only a new prince. XN. It turns out that your purpose is not to change the dynasty, but to change from sleeping with the Queen secretly to sleeping with the Queen openly. Prince Austin, you still miss the Queen. XN. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. It makes sense, XN. Someone took the lead, and everyone quickly followed. At this time, when the new king was established, it was a good opportunity to stand in line and show loyalty, and everyone nodded in agreement. You may be dissatisfied and say that Austin is ambitious and a rebellious traitor, but you have to express it. After all, there were so many people present, so Shinjun might not be able to remember who showed loyalty, but he definitely remembered who didn't say anything. Even if you don't remember it, there are some good brothers who are snitches. Until the Queen comes back, no one is allowed to leave, let alone contact the outside world, Austin threatened with a dark face. Follow your orders, XN. Austin looked at the group of insects with an expressionless face, wishing he could pull out the Twilight Extremis and knock them all out, his buttocks rising invisibly, and he gradually understood the Queen's difficulties. Centralization. Power must be centralized. Otherwise the country will end sooner or later. Ministry of Magic Headquarters, East Wing. The headquarters of the Ministry of Magic occupies a large area, with several large office buildings, museums, theaters, and high-end restaurants. It is like a large manor. Each high-rise has its own independent office building. Minister Sophilia has the largest number of office buildings. In addition to the banquet hall just now, there are ultra-luxury office buildings in the 4 directions of southeast and northwest. For example, the White Palace with classical architectural style in front of you is Sophilia's private villa. She will occasionally choose to live here when she works overtime. So, there are rumors from the outside world that Austin went into the Ministry of Magic headquarters at night to discuss family and national affairs with the Queen. It is not groundless. At least there is a venue for the crime. The hall was brightly lit, and in the luxuriously decorated hall, the 2 teams were clearly distinguishable. On the sofa on the left are Prince Edward and his fiancée Carol Bourbon, with 4 bodyguards in black suits standing behind them. On the sofa on the right are Princess Elizabeth and her fiancé Elisa Romanoff. Behind them are the Princess Knight Juno and 2 maids with stiff expressions. Tonight's banquet was convened by the Queen, taking back all the delegated powers. The Queen is the only protagonist. There is nothing wrong with the princess and prince, and they do not need to attend. But the Queen ordered them to come over anyway. Douglas means that the prince will officially return to Windsor tonight and call his children to give them a surprise as soon as possible. By the way, call your future daughter-in-law and son-in-law together, they are all one family. Queen Sophia did not refute, it was indeed the truth, and the two groups of people faced each other here. My good sister, my mother actually let you go. Gee, you are so favored. It is obvious that the disappearance of Deputy Minister Mr. Allen has something to do with you. Open relationship. After a moment of silence, Edward opened fire first at the signal of his fiancée Carol. When he spoke, he looked at the Princess Knight Juno instead of the exquisite doll on the sofa. My good brother, you have attended many events and ceremonies with your mother recently. You are already ahead of the curve. There is no need to continue to ridicule me. Elizabeth spoke slowly, with a smile in her eyes. As someone who has experienced this, let me give you a piece of advice. Winners should have the humility of winners. Belittling losers will not make you appear stronger, it will only make you look narrow-minded. Think about it, have I ever laughed at you before? In terms of eloquence, the self-proclaimed roughneck prince was obviously no match for the princess. He himself seemed to know this, shrugging and looking at his fiancée, indicating that he had tried his best. Carol rolled her eyes. Edward had been suppressed by Elizabeth for too long and was somewhat content with the status quo. In terms of ambition alone, his ambition was far less than that of Elizabeth. As the prince's fiancée, Carol is not qualified to judge the princess, but she can still give the princess a few words of knighting. She cleared her throat and wanted to find some space for her fiancé. Hiss. The cracks in the space were torn open, and the body was pale and bloodless. Douglas, who was 2 meters tall, entered the room, holding Queen Sophia in his hands. The Queen set the teleportation location to be in the office building where her children lived, and prepared to take them to a safe area as soon as possible, which happened to give Douglas an advantage, as he had exactly this intention. Sophia's face was covered by big pale hands, and her 5 fingers were tightened like iron hoops, which made her head buzz and unable to speak. She looked through the fingers to signal her children to escape as soon as possible. Devil! Ugly thing, keep your paws away from the Queen. Edward and Juno spoke in unison. Instead of choosing to escape, they ordered the maids and bodyguards to surround the devil. The two did not know that the devil/ugly thing was their biological father. Although they did not understand how the other party infiltrated the tightly guarded Ministry of Magic headquarters, they still chose to fight at the first opportunity. From the perspective of family affection, no child will give up on his mother. From the perspective of politics, running away at this time basically terminates his political career. From the perspective of his own safety, there is no shortage of strong people at the Ministry of Magic headquarters, as long as he can hold back the devil. Made great achievements. Ugly thing, GGG. Edward and Juno's words deeply hurt Douglas. Anyone who takes a piss and looks at his face will know that this is a misunderstanding. Douglas has obviously lost his mind. He only knows that the two bastards are the sons and daughters of Austin. In extreme anger, he raises one hand and his 5 fingers become claws. Aha! The violent wind rolled across the border, and the astonishing wind pressure shattered half of the office building in an instant. 5 wind blades visible to the naked eye zoomed in rapidly, cutting the air, plowing open the ground masonry, and rushed to the defensive barrier covering the Ministry of Magic headquarters in the blink of an eye. Tilla left 5 claw marks. Rightward arrow. In the ruins, Edward and Carol protected 4 bodyguards in front of them. Elizabeth protected Alyssa, who was disguised as a man. Only Juno and 2 maids stood at the front. Juno held the holy light spear in his hand and looked at the devil in front of him solemnly. He noticed the opponent's considerable strength and decided to transform into an angel to compete. It's a pity that it can't be changed. Not to mention that she couldn't explain the origin of the angel's evolution. The hostage in the devil's hands alone made her afraid to act rashly. At this time, 2 figures flashed and followed closely. Deputy Minister Yvette. Herman, the leader of the Knights of Light. Seeing all 3 royal members present, the 2 of them felt their scalps numb. If they were not careful, they would catch them all in one fell swoop. The pressure was overwhelming before they even took action. Seeing the arrival of the two legendary wizards, Juno's tense heart slowly relaxed. Devil, this is the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic. You can't escape. Put the queen down quickly, so you may still have a way to survive. Juno's speech once again stimulated Douglas. He tightened his fingers and lifted Sophelia in the air. Thank you for reminding me. If this happens, I can't let her go. WWTK Lambda NC Omicron. Sophilia's eyes flashed with deep disappointment, thinking that her husband had arranged for their children to come to the Ministry of Magic headquarters in advance, and she realized that he had long had the ambition to reach the top. Douglas lost his mind and laughed maniacally at the sight of his betrayed wife and non-biological children, ready to play with them. His mind was not clear, and the mysterious man hiding in the dark was very clear. Black light bloomed in his eyes. He pushed away the projection barrier with his hands, separated the dilapidated office building, and created a chaotic and disorderly space. At the same time, two legendary mages whose wills had been tampered with were thrown in. Bonn, Bedford. On the night of the cruise 2 days ago, the two unlucky guys knew that they were unable to resist, so they were willing to be captured and sealed. On the way back to the Ministry of Magic headquarters, they encountered a mysterious man falling from the sky. Just as the two were about to break through the seal and resist, they fell to their knees as soon as they met, tragically becoming the puppets of the mysterious man. There is no need for the two legendary mages to feel aggrieved. Being killed in seconds has nothing to do with the seal. The gap is there. Even if there is no seal, you still have to kneel when you should. The dark portal opens. Wayne arrived on an undead horse, looking at the dilapidated office building. The white light in the skull's eyes beat violently. Master, I can sense that the devil is there, Yulia said. You don't need to sense it, you can see it just by looking. Wayne's heart sank. Not only did Douglas transform into a devil, but all the blood of the royal family was in it. There were also 4 legendary mages confronting each other in pairs, and the scene was chaotic. The most confusing thing was the surrounding space, which disrupted Yulia's teleportation. The teleportation gate was supposed to open behind the queen, but it turned out to be a million miles away. Yulia, can you come in? Yes, but it will take some time to calculate the laws of chaotic space. Are you still good at math? Wayne complained in his heart and asked Yulia to calculate slowly. He turned over and jumped off the horse, and the white light spots beating in his eyes glanced around. The Death Knight wrapped around the broken cloak of death air. As he walked, the surrounding space creaked and corroded and collapsed. The turbulence released in all directions caused the air of death to swirl, and the invisible oppression intensified the collapse of the space. After more than 10 steps, the Death Knight stopped. Opposite him was a mysterious man in a suit and white gloves. The two were not in the same space, but Wayne saw the mysterious man, and the mysterious man was also watching Wayne. Clang! The brilliant white light shattered the space. Wayne stepped forward and came to the space where the mysterious man was. He waved his death tentacles and Wu Yi ran over him. The mysterious man did not dare to touch the breath of death. The powerful law made him quite afraid. While modifying Douglas's thinking to speed up his actions, he deflected the space to isolate the breath of death. At this time, Wayne was already a golden mage, his internal balance was stable, and he put on the Death Knight's vest, further unleashing the power of the Shadow Nightmare. At this moment, the law of death overrides space, and the once solid space becomes fragile. Death Knight. The mysterious man murmured that he did not want to face the chosen knight directly, even if this knight was just a successor who had just obtained the Shadow Nightmare, not the terrifying monster in the catacombs of Paris. But if he can't do it, others can't do it either. The most powerful puppet is the legendary mage, who loses his mind and declines in strength. There is no way he can hold back the Death Knight. Who are you, X2. Wayne held the shadow nightmare motionless, and the grey tentacles around him rolled around. The moment they touched the space barrier, the death energy withered and corroded it. This is the third time he has encountered a mysterious person. The first time was with the Snow family, the second time was at Landau Manor, and the third time involved Prince Douglas. This kind of enemy with a mysterious identity, extremely powerful strength, and who likes to hide in secret is what Wayne hates and fears the most. You don't know when he will show up, when he will take action, and whether he is preparing a plan against you. Only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to guard against thieves? Today we met, what do you say? No matter what, the other party must be left behind. After images flicker and time slows down. The space barriers were broken layer by layer. Wayne came to the mysterious man with his sword in hand. Two black fog heads came close to each other. In the eye sockets of the Death Knight's skull, white light pulsed violently. The next second, the shadow nightmare pierced the mysterious man's chest, the sword edge penetrated the body, and the surging death energy swept down, corroding the mysterious man's body. Instant kill. Wayne ignored the body that was gradually disappearing at his feet, raised his sword and looked to his side, raised his fingers suddenly, smashed into the mirror-like space, and dragged the mysterious man out by his black tie. The sword fell from his hand, and a pale head flew high. Before it hit the ground, the head rotted together with the headless body. The pale flesh comes from the void and falls on the black armor of the Death Knight, slowly squirming in an attempt to proliferate and reproduce, thereby contaminating the body and mind of the Death Knight. Death is so peaceful that the flesh and blood of empty life cannot shake this eternity. On the contrary, it symbolizes death at the end of life, as if a time accelerator brings these flesh and blood to the end of life. Countless mysterious people were picked out by Wayne from all corners of space. The shadow nightmares were raised high and falling, and their hearts stopped and their heads rolled after killing them. In just a short time, Wayne achieved the achievement of killing 100 people. He had no interest in meaningless killings, and his eyes flashed with white light, looking for the true location of the mysterious man's hiding place. Soon, Wayne gained something. The beating white light tightly locked a space, and powerful thoughts came out of his body, condensing into a hair-like thin line, penetrating the space and making contact with the mysterious person. Found you. Hearing the hollow and ferocious voice of the Death Knight, the mysterious man was shocked. He had made a detailed assessment of the Death Knight and could not threaten him in a short time. Maybe he didn't dare to touch the death energy, but it wasn't that easy for the Death Knight to challenge him head-on. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? The mysterious man was used to being cautious and undecided when encountering problems, so he opened up a layer of space again. The moment he turned around, the dark portal opened. The Death Knight raised his knight's sword high, and the undead horse under his crotch raised its hooves, spitting out purple magic flames and came behind him. The cold sword light fell, and the snow-white blade touched the back of the mysterious man's neck. The death energy took the first step, corroding the flesh and blood of the mysterious man. Before the sword fell, only a neck bone was left in the mysterious man's neck. Heads fell to the ground. Unlike before, the fallen head did not corrode immediately. A huge aura of hell surged out. Unable to resist the aura of death, he chose to take a detour. The mysterious man peeled off half of his head, rescued his mind and escaped. The remaining half of the head and headless body were corroded by the breath of death and turned into fly ash and disappeared without a trace, leaving not even ashes. Everything below Tianling Gai was destroyed. Flesh and blood proliferate, bones reshape, and the naked hellish beings reveal their true form. It is very similar to the familiar form that Douglas transformed into. His whole body is sickly pale, like a corpse soaked in formalin, with black lips and nails, and a horny mask covering half of his face, with bat-like fangs and flesh wings. Bat. Are you the familiar of the Lord of Arrogance? The undead warhorse broke through the layers of space barriers, faced the stumbling ropes and antlers formed by the space, and used its own teleportation ability to forcefully carve out a passage. The mysterious man was still frightened, and touched his neck, which was still a little cold. The 6 eyeballs on the visor stared at the Death Knight. I am the envoy of the arrogant master in the world, Death Knight, who are you waiting for in London? Why not to the catacombs of Paris? After listening to the mysterious man's words, Wayne guessed that he might know something. Worrying that he would make mistakes if he spoke too much, he put aside the Death Knight's ruthless persona and charged straight away on his undead horse. The mysterious man opened his bat wings and waved his hand to take out 2 black thin swords from the void. A layer of metallic luster appeared on his pale skin, as if he was wearing a leather sheath. The 2 thin swords were crossed, resisting the heavy shadow nightmare. Wayne looked at the other person in surprise. The death energy failed to corrode the opponent's body. It seemed that space or other abilities pushed the death energy aside. No, it wasn't completely blocked, the breath of death did work. The mysterious man attached complex spatial turbulence to his body surface, deflecting part of the death energy, while resisting the rest of the death energy with his own amazing resilience. The skin grows at an alarming rate. Can you still play like this? Wayne was surprised. It turned out that he was really thick-skinned. Afraid of death, the useless postures have increased again. The mysterious man laughed strangely. The law of death is not invincible, at least the shadow nightmare in your hands is not invincible. Leave, my target is not you. But my target is you. Wayne held the knight's sword with both hands, his arm strength was amazing, and he forcefully pressed the mysterious man to the ground from mid-air. The mysterious man straightened his back, lowered his wings, and formed a stable 4 corners with his legs to support his body against the terrifying force. He didn't realize that the undead knight never fought alone. The undead warhorse jumped suddenly, raised its 2 front hooves high, and kicked the mysterious man hard on the face. You. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 312. The dilapidated office building was reduced to rubble. Anastasia, who came a step late, stood leisurely on the sidelines, calmly trying to break through the space barrier, with average efficiency but absolute elegance. 4 legendary mages open up new battlefields, and the battle escalates, all the way to the life force field. Before leaving, Bond received an order to release life spores to spawn the flesh and blood of void life forms, creating a pale swamp on the spot. Prince Edward's 4 bodyguards were very powerful, but they were swallowed up by the flesh and blood of the extremely polluting starry sky beast, and they all screamed before they died. The most powerful one said "ah" several times. Edward and Carol were surrounded by squirming foam. Bond's research seemed to have made a major breakthrough. The flesh and blood of the starry sky beast that should have attacked without distinction between the enemy and ourselves was now surrounded but not attacked, and did not take a step forward to contaminate the blood of the 2. Edward's surname is Windsor, and Carol's surname is Bourbon. An active royal member and a retired royal member both have dormant divine blood in their bodies. The same goes for Alyssa not far away. The royal families of various countries in the past have all replenished the divine blood, and they all have their own methods to activate the divine blood. Not to mention the cost, having a sword but not using it and not having a sword are 2 different things. The more cards you can use to stabilize your regime, the better. Closer to home, Prince Edward's strength is ordinary, and his talent for divine blood is used to pick up girls. Facing the white swamp surrounded by many, he rationally protects his fiancée Carol behind him. Edward has a teleportation ring in his hand. After activation, he can shuttle back and forth between several office buildings of the Minister of Magic. Due to the mysterious man disrupting the space, the teleportation ring has become a worthless decoration, and he can only rely on Carol for output. Carol's magic is very popular. She holds a flute and plays it, which affects the flesh and blood of the starry beasts and can even put them into a short sleep. This is not the mainstream belief on the chosen continent, and is related to Carol's own bloodline. Divine blood does not just refer to the blood of a certain god. It can be a subordinate god, a main god, or even gods whose names have been forgotten by history. After images flashed by, followed by strange laughter. Carol's hands were in severe pain, and the flute was gone. She raised her hands tremblingly and looked at the palms that were bleeding from friction. Before she could say anything, she was enveloped by the shadow behind her. Douglas's body expanded again. After entering the familiar form, he was evolving every moment. His limbs became stronger, his limbs became more powerful, and his huge mind continued to grow like there was no end. At this time, Douglas was 5 meters tall, casting a large shadow from his high position. Queen Sophia was imprisoned on his chest. The cold skin of a dead body submerged the queen's body, and only a delicate and beautiful face was exposed. Douglas stood behind Edward and Carol, crushed the flute with a click, pressed his hands down to hold the two of them, and the flesh on his palms squirmed to drag them into his body. Douglas wanted to strangle the bastard directly, but a voice in his mind told him that although the prince was not his son, the divine blood of the Windsor royal family flowed in his body. He wanted to conquer Windsor in one go, and wanted to defeat Austen and regain everything. The prince must live. There are also Carol, Juno, and Alyssa, they are all holders of divine blood. Soon, 2 more faces appeared on Douglas's chest, and Edward and Carol were also imprisoned by him. There is a huge disparity in strength and there is no resistance. Among the huge ruins, only Juno was still struggling to hold on. 2 mechanical puppet maids made by alchemy had their joints filled with the flesh and blood of the starry sky beast. They broke away from Juno's control and launched a suicide attack on Alyssa. Juno still didn't know Douglas's true identity, nor did he know the devil's purpose of capturing him alive, but he didn't dare to expose the true face of the angel's evolution, so he chose to wear Elizabeth on his body. Princess Elizabeth is a semi-finished philosopher's stone, roughly processed by the Ministry of Magic and finally processed by the Holy Father. Her combat effectiveness is quite good, and she has always been Juno's strongest trump card. Putting on this layer of skin, Juno transforms into a winged angel covered in white armor, holding a spear of holy light in his hand, and his holy aura makes people dare not blaspheme. Except the devil. Starry sky giant. Except the flesh and blood of the beast. After strengthening all attributes, Juno's thinking and magic power have been increased, similar to Mona who has obtained the cross pendant and the holy spear of heaven. Her strength level is vague, and her output depends entirely on whether she is pious or not. Her combat power alternates between the golden mage and the legendary mage. Jump horizontally. Mona's faith is devout enough, and for the sake of her angelic master, she doesn't care if she makes something shoddy or caress about human life. There must be a question mark on Juno's belief. She is a free mage with a single belief. She believes that heaven desires the evolution of angels simply because heaven and angels represent absolute power. If she becomes queen, Windsor's strategy towards various churches will not change, nor will the entire territory of Windsor lift the blockade on belief in the Holy Father because of her belief in Heavenly Father. It is conceivable that Princess Elizabeth is a faith-ripening agent manufactured by the Papal State. The more times Juno wears it, the deeper the influence on her thinking will be. There are no honest people and big grievances, both of whom are trying to pull things apart. The holy light spear swept down the holy flame, and the white flame spread out, sweeping down in an endless trend. The next second, a white wave rolled, and the terrifying life force drowned the holy flame with a suicidal impact, and the all-burning heavenly fire was extinguished with 2 sizzling sounds. Juno had tasted failure before, and did not show much disappointment on her face. She knew it was impossible and did it in order to use the gap to launch a sneak attack on the 2 uncontrollable maids. The afterimages of the holy spear swept across continuously, and the huge white five-pointed star array bloomed with brilliance. The two maids were imprisoned in the center of the magic array. As the holy angel shadow wrapped around the two dolls, they spewed white flames from their mouths and noses, burned to ashes from the inside out. The maid doll was made with the power of money and cost a lot of money. It was Juno's semi-finished product imitating Elizabeth. The princess's family doesn't have any food left. The underwear on her fiancé was all the ones she had changed out of yesterday. Juno had no time to feel distressed and tried to use the teleportation ring to leave. After failing, he came to Alyssa, grabbed her arm, flapped her wings and flew straight into the sky. The chaotic space confuses perception, and the concepts of front, back, left, and right are blurred here. Juno rushed 500 meters and successfully returned to his original position. What happened? Why are only Yvette and Herman here? Where have everyone else gone? Come and save him. Juno was anxious, and the worst plan flashed through his mind. Because the scene of blood flowing across the river was too horrifying, and the power of the royal family was completely wiped out, she did not dare to think deeply about it, so she eliminated this possibility as quickly as possible. At least the Landau monsters won't die. So, why don't you come to rescue me? Doesn't Alston no longer want his old lover? Ja. There was a gloomy laughter above the head. Juno's eyes flashed with golden light, her 5 fingers were clasped in a shining light, and she raised her hand above her head. The magnificent beam of light shot straight into the dark sky, encountering the chaotic space that deflected its direction. Hitting Juno from the side, she calmly raised her hand and used the holy light to reshape the energy into a war gun. She aimed it at the arrogant familiar who fell from the sky, and the tip of the gun pierced her face. Douglas laughed ferociously and raised his head and chest in the face of the incoming spear. The tip of the spear overflowing with holy flames penetrated the queen's delicate face. Juno hurriedly put away the gun, but without paying attention, he almost completed the king's achievement of killing the king and killing the mother. When he stepped back, his feet were empty and he fell into the gap in space. When he appeared again, the world was spinning before his eyes, and he came to the outermost edge of the chaotic space. Juno was overjoyed and hugged her fiancé tightly. The holy light spear came out of his hand and turned into a blazing holy flame that burned all things. The holy flame failed to melt the thin space barrier, and her faith was not pious, even though she silently recited the words Father's glory in her heart before taking action. Douglas was not affected by the chaotic space. After a low roar, the familiar's body expanded again. The body is still pale. The muscles all over his body were quivering, emitting blood-colored steam. The lower half of his face covered with horny armor was covered with lion's hair and mane, and he looked majestic and domineering. One of the symbols of arrogance. Lion. Douglas's strength was strengthened again, and with the power he exchanged with his brain, his IQ and sanity declined again. At this time, he had forgotten that Juno was Austin's daughter. He only knew that the other party had divine blood and must be captured alive. Juno took a deep breath, and the holy light armor he wore flowed like liquid, and passed through Alyssa's body along her arms, wrapping it up without any dead ends, leaving not even a breathing hole. She threw Alyssa out with her hand and let her be swallowed up by the pale swamp. She was also a void life, but Elizabeth was of a higher level, so there was no need to worry about her contaminated flesh and blood mind. Seeing that there was no one around, no reinforcements appeared, and her mother and brother fell into a long sleep, Juno raised her body and transformed into the evolved form of an angel. Thump-edge thump-edge. The bird-headed monster flaps its wings, with pale body and slender hands and feet. If it were not for the war gun condensed with holy light held in its hand, just by looking at its skin color, the weird-looking angel and the arrogant familiar transformed by Douglas would most likely be related. Douglas was slightly stunned, and his expression was stunned for a moment. After a moment, a flash of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and a mysterious man's voice came out of his mouth. The evolutionary sequence of angels, the book of hell needs you. Hand them all over. Douglas roared up to the sky, inserted his hands into the void, tore apart the mottled space fragments, injected the thick breath of hell, and created two black scimitars. Two afterimages flickered and collided in the air. Boom! Banquet hall. Everyone stared with big eyes, holding wine glasses and waiting for the queen to return. They are all nobles, with dark and noble minds, and they have already guessed the reason why the queen has not come back for a long time. A fierce battle was impossible. The devil transformed by the former Prince Douglas turned around and ran away when he saw the Death Knight. His strength was greatly inferior, and 80% of them had been chopped into pieces. Two legendary mages also fell into trouble. Austin wanted to lose face and did not want to force himself to become a prince. At this moment, the Death Knight must be whipping the queen and forcing her to remarry willingly. The queen refused to obey until the Death Knight brought out the horse. Well, this paragraph doesn't need to be included. After all, the queen is remarrying Prince Alston. Alston. Old London is a noble of the Mzi banner. He knows what these insects are thinking about. If they think too much, he will not become a prince, nor can he become a prince. Sci-fi crossed her arms and sneered. Philomena was still looking for the prince. Seeing that the latter refused to show up, she felt depressed and agitated, and prepared to make him look good tonight. The two new deputy ministers, Anak and Shady, did not chase after the queen to rescue them. They stood in line and stood firm. They looked at each other and walked slowly towards Austin, preparing to exchange feelings with the new boss. Austin looked over coldly. Anak stopped, and Shady, a woman, continued to move forward, showing that they had no ill intentions. Austin rolled his eyes. Everyone has shortcomings, especially Frank and Wayne. Just as he was thinking, Ciatis suddenly unfolded the life force field, and the magnificent new world enveloped Austin, 11 Faye, and Philomena. Philomena was shocked and raised her hand to fight with the life force field. 11 Faye slowly raised her hand, interrupting her spell, and looked at Austin. Why, do you still want the younger generation to take action? Austin frowned, not understanding where 11 Faye's affection for Philomena came from. If he took action, he would expose the identity of the Dark Knight. Is this really okay? He couldn't ignore his wife's words. Since 11 Faye accepted Philomena, he would not refute anything. He raised his 5 fingers to spread a piece of darkness, washing everything around him into white. In this piece of white, Austin accurately grabbed the wrist. Sia did. Her eyes were white. Like Bon and Bedford, her mind was controlled by a mysterious man. The latter had been fighting the Death Knight for a long time and was ready to tie up Austin as a threat. Because Austin's strength was unknown, Shadi received the task of kidnapping Sci-fi. At this time, his palm was only one step away from Sci-fi. Austin grabbed Ziadai's wrist and swallowed the magic power with the darkness. At the contact point, the magic power in Ziadai's body was continuously drained by the darkness like a flood. When the magic power is exhausted, it will be her thinking and vitality. Philomena was slightly startled and subconsciously took a step back. Then she saw Austin draw out the Twilight Despair and pierce Ziadai's chest with a sword. The black light rushed, wrapped Ziadai's whole body, and then all flowed into the Twilight Despair. A legendary wizard was killed in seconds when he met her. This may be related to Ziadai's loss of reason, but it is enough to show how fast Austin is progressing. He suffered great pain in the frozen land and passed the initial stage of the chosen Knight of God. He will not be as strenuous as the last battle with Alan. Austin was also a little surprised that Shadi was easily killed. Darkness spread under his feet and spread to the entire life force field, washing away the legendary wizard's life force field. Dark Knight. Philomena murmured, and couldn't help asking Sci-fi, if his father is a Dark Knight, what about Wayne? He is a natural knight. Are you sure there will be no fight? Oh, wait, It turns out that the Dark Knight also supports the new king's ascension to the throne. No wonder the saint of the Dark Church is so obedient. No wonder the Death Knight is so timid, he must have been beaten up before, so he is so honest. It doesn't matter, they can't fight with me here. Sci-fi patted Philomena's shoulder, sympathizing with her, and was particularly satisfied with her. Austin looked at the scene speechlessly, and said faintly, "Sci-fi, do you still remember that you have a daughter named Veronica Landau?" Sci-fi's body stagnated. "Yes, she has another daughter. I was so busy admiring the beauty of my daughter-in-law that I forgot that there was another daughter at home." Sci-fi stiffly retracted her arm and looked at Philomena with confused eyes. She felt regretful and annoyed. She shouldn't have let her know too many secrets. "What should I do? Is it too late to kill her now? It shouldn't be a big problem. Wayne can shut her up and the secret of the Dark Knight will not be exposed. But, what about Veronica? If the daughter knew that her mother had found a daughter-in-law outside, would she run away from home in anger?" Seeing that Healy was facing a great enemy and had lost the ability to organize his language, Austin sighed silently and said to Philomena, "The situation in our family is a bit complicated. I am Wayne's father, but Healy is not Wayne's biological mother. Healy and I have a daughter, who is Wayne's fiancée. In the early years, I was afraid of the royal family, and I kept Wayne fostered outside without telling anyone. In order for him to inherit the family business naturally when he grows up, I arranged for Veronica to be his fiancée, and they all accepted it. Can you understand what I said?" "Philomena. Sorry, can you say it again? It's a bit messy. Wayne didn't tell you that he had a fiancée, or his sister. This is aristocracy. Our family has accepted it. Can you accept it? You nobles, no, you royal family members are really dirty." Outside the Vitality field, Anik was not idle either. The Austin family disappeared, and the Tulip family could no longer figure out the progress of the situation after a brief period of confusion. Whether the undercover arranged by the Queen won a big victory, or the Death Knight brought the Queen back first, the future was confusing, and the means of both sides emerged in endlessly, which made them seem too low-ranking and deserved to be on the menu. Out of the instinct of survival and the future interests of the family, everyone was anxious to convey the information. Anik didn't want these people to make trouble and bring more variables, so he waved his hand to push away his life force field and swallowed all the members of the Tulip family. In a dark world, the members of the Tulip family were blinded by their perceptions, their minds were tampered with, and they were distracted and about to forget who they were. The legendary wizard was a dish in front of the God-chosen knight, not because they were weak, but on the contrary, they were really strong. The tragic defeat was because the artifact given by the goddess was too powerful. The 5 God-chosen artifacts, Mantra of the Elements, Proverbs of Dawn, Words of the White Knight, Twilight Despair, and Nightmare of Shadow, are directly linked to the laws. The God-chosen knight is the endpoint of the legendary wizard. Once the God-chosen knight learns the laws and puts them to good use, the legendary wizard will have no power to resist. Anik is cruel. In order to prevent the Tulip family from causing any changes, he intends to brainwash them collectively and turn them into idiots. That won't do. This country is becoming more and more interesting. No matter who is the new king, the Tulip family will need their services. I want to know the future direction of this country, and give me face and let them go. Among the drowsy members of the Tulip family, the repeater First Julian is so conspicuous. He is in a suit and tie. He is 30 years old, well-dressed and well-mannered. He also holds a glass of red wine in his hand and looks harmless. First ignored the interference of the life force field on perception and looked straight at Anik. The latter looked confused and didn't understand what happened. "Forget it, you are just a puppet. There is no point in talking to you too much. Since I am the only one with an independent will, I should have the final say. He raised the wine glass and saluted Anak slightly. Golden light bloomed in his eyes, and a six-winged phantom surrounded by holy light bloomed behind him. The phantom stretched out six wings, and the golden light formed a golden pupil, the Eye of Judgment. Once, Mona recognized the big eyeball on Wayne's chest as the Eye of Judgment, and firmly believed that he was the reincarnated angel. In an instant, all the light of Anak's life force field was wiped out, and the energy represented by the four elements, the matter composed of the four elements, and even the knowledge accumulated by Anak after years of practicing magic, all evaporated without a trace. Anak himself had white light in his eyes, and the holy fire rushed in his body, burning his body and mind, and he died completely. Sorry, I haven't used magic for a long time. I thought you could survive. First threw away the red wine glass, and fell down with a cry at the moment when the life force field dissipated, and returned to the banquet hall with a group of unconscious Tulip family members. Here, Austin used the power of the Dark Knight to erase Yachty's life force field, and returned with Sci-fi and Philomena. He did not see the legendary wizard Anak, but only saw the sleeping Tulip family members on the ground. What happened? Austin frowned, and his intuition told him that Douglas still had allies, and tonight's coup was not as simple as it seemed. I'm going to find Wayne, Sci-fi, you. Don't raise your fist, I didn't tell you to wait here and don't go anywhere. In the chaotic space, Juno stumbled and struggled to find the devil's figure. In terms of energy attributes, the evolution of angels and demons is almost equal, and neither is much stronger than the other, but Douglas has a venue card, which is not affected by the chaotic space, and the evolution has been continuing. As the fight went on, Juno went from being 50-50 to being on high alert, guarding against sneak attacks from all directions. She tried to find the rules of the chaotic space, but because Douglas interrupted her repeatedly, she had no way to start. What made her speechless was that there was a beautiful figure in a black robe outside the field, mysterious, and seemed to be a friendly army, breaking the space barrier. The speed was so slow that it was speechless, and it was obvious that she was not working hard. For the sake of the beauty's elegant manners, she didn't care. Please speed up. At this time, a strong wind surged behind him, and the space blades that broke through the air crossed and went straight to Juno's white wings. Juno's perception of the direct attack could not be hidden, but she did not dare to take it head-on. The strength of the two sides was very different. She had suffered several losses, so she rationally chose to dodge. While dodging, she turned around and threw the holy light spear in her hand. She didn't throw it out. Douglas' chest had two more faces. Princess Elizabeth and Elisa. Juno gritted her silver teeth, the holy spear split in her hand, and the holy light raindrops scattered, soaking Douglas' body. After successfully contacting, she engraved the magic tracking symbol on his body surface. This is stable. Crack. Juno had just finished saying that it was stable, and Douglas' body shattered like a mirror. A huge shadow and oppression came from behind, and two big hands grabbed the white wings. With a hiss, Juno screamed. And lost a wing. Endless darkness came, and she was pressed into Douglas' body and imprisoned. The devil opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the angel's wings, then howled to the sky, with bone spurs protruding from his back, and black bat wings grew out. All the divine blood was captured, and the next step was to open the mist to activate the divine blood. Inject the book of hell. Bang. 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 The invisible darkness crushed the space barriers one after another, and the Dark Knight stepped forward, with the unruly spare mount and the high priest of the Moonlight Church who came to find the prince next to him. But the black light flashed, and the Dark Knight disappeared. When he appeared again, he and the Death Knight blocked the mysterious man in front and behind. Dark Knight. You are Austin. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 313. The mysterious man looked at the Dark Knight in surprise, and guessed his identity through Sci-fi and Philomena. It turns out to be the Dark Knight, and a problem that has plagued him for years is finally solved. Wayne also looked at the Dark Knight in surprise. It would be no problem for the Dark Knight to come over, but bringing Sci-fi and Philomena would be a big problem. You agreed to wear a mask to protect your family, but why did you suddenly stop acting? I became a king, so I drifted away. Wayne was confused. With Austin's caution, he shouldn't be like this. There must be a reason for this. The specific reasons will be asked later. First of all, kill everyone who knows. The Death Knight charged with his sword, and the death energy wrapped around the Shadow Nightmare, corrupting all the sealed spaces. These spaces are not ordinary magic. They are related to the hell form of the mysterious man. They are the devil's talent, similar to the all-pervasive charm of the succubus. Referring to the mysterious man's belief, the source of this ability comes from the Lord of Arrogance. The mysterious man's devil form talent is powerful, coupled with the terrifying intensity of thinking. Ordinary legendary mage is no match for him. In other words, he has enough power to control the entire Windsor Ministry of Magic and even the Windsor royal family. But he didn't do that. He has been hiding behind the scenes to control the puppets. Maybe he is used to being cautious, or maybe he is afraid of something. The more Wayne thought about it, the more unbelievable he found it. Is Windsor still something that the mysterious man is afraid of? Is it because he is the familiar of the arrogant lord and is worried about attracting the attention of the Holy Father? If you don't know why, don't think about it for now. The mysterious man knows too much, so he will kill the people first, and then he will have plenty of time to think slowly. The crystal white sword blade of the Shadow Nightmare pierced the space, and the death energy was released explosively, turning into grey tentacles with teeth and claws, and went straight to the mysterious man. In the blink of an eye, the undead horse jumped through space with Wayne, and before the mysterious man raised his double blades, he took the lead and rushed in front of the tentacles of death. The longer the battle lasted, the more accurate Yulia's grasp of the laws of chaotic space became, and he even figured out a few tricks about the mysterious man's ability to control space. She really knows advanced math and is a top student. The first two who are so good at calculations are Philomena and Senna. They are good at solving problems and provide Wayne with a lot of magic theoretical basis. They are top students. The mysterious man raised his sword out of reach and hurriedly retreated to dodge, watching the Shadow Nightmare pass in front of his eyes, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade. He avoided the Shadow Nightmare, but failed to avoid the death aura wrapped around the sword. The death aura transformed into a thick tentacle, and whipped the mysterious man out like a whip. The pure energy impact produced a physical blunt blow. The mysterious man staggered back and hit the space barrier behind him with a bang. Before he could take a breath, terrifying darkness swallowed him up from all directions. The devouring of darkness and the corrosion of death are very similar in form. In addition, the two chosen knights use energy very crudely. They mainly focus on flying bricks with great force, so the visual effect of the actual combat performance is excellent. Darkness swallowed up the space and filled it. The mysterious man faced two divine powers at the same time. The battle rhythm was out of control and he was in a hurry. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. The Dark Death attacked from the front and back, wiped out the layers of space barriers, and used the sword to kill the mysterious man in front and behind him. In front is the Death Knight, and behind is the Dark Knight. The mysterious man's scalp is numb, and he lacks the calmness that he had at first, hiding behind the scenes to play with people's hearts. Click. The space is shattered like a mirror, and the dark tide invades in large numbers. The three sides are blocked, leaving only a way for the mysterious man to survive. The net is open to one side, and in front of it is the Death Knight sharpening his sword. He was not fooled and still insisted on retreating. Until a hand reached out from the darkness and clasped his shoulder. Austin pressed the mysterious man's shoulder with one hand. On the black mask, the scarlet beam of light pulsed violently. Twilight swallowed the black light in desperation and tore the pale skin of the mysterious man with a hiss, and the sword blade penetrated the chest and came out. Merely fatal. Injury is insignificant. But the darkness that encompasses all things is not that simple. The darkness swallows up the physical mind of the mysterious person, erasing everything in its path. Almost in the blink of an eye, everything from the mysterious man's chest downwards was covered in black light. The mysterious man roared, broke free from his lower body that was eroded by the darkness, and flapped his wings to fly up. "Get down!" Wayne arrived on an undead horse, raised his hand to press the mysterious man's head, and forced him back. Immediately afterwards, the shadow nightmare stabbed out, piercing the mysterious man's face, the sword blade revealed, and the cold light came out. Alston. Looking at the shadow nightmare so close, he had reason to suspect that Wayne did it on purpose. If he hadn't been nearby, the sword would most likely have been stuck on his face. The two divinely chosen knights output full power, and the scene is so spectacular. The last unlucky person who was served by the torture was named Tokugai. There was an ancient god on it, and his background was so tough that the 5 goddesses were helpless. The mysterious man obviously didn't have this life. The lower half of his body was swallowed by darkness, and the upper half of his body was corroded by death. The body and mind were tortured by the 2 laws at the same time, and in a daze, it seemed that he saw his arrogant master. "My lord." It was a warm and sunny afternoon. The mysterious man studied the ruins of hell in the human world, followed the clues and found a mysterious altar somewhere underground in London, and found the coveted Book of Hell here. The arrogant altar of reincarnation, the arrogant Book of Hell. Whether it's a clone or a rebirth, the Lord of Arrogance has already put on a human body and descended into the world. It was at this moment that the mysterious man was conquered by arrogance, willing to become his disciple, and left with the Book of Hell, studying hell while starting the evolution of the Book of Hell. The mysterious man's name is Frank Turner, a member of the Tulip family and Queen Sophila's most valued expert on hell. He contributed a lot to the royal family's successful creation of the Hell Demon container. These theories come from the Book of Hell, which records the 7 deadly sins. At that time, Frank himself was still very weak and had to rely on the financial and material resources of the royal family for research, so all research results belong to the royal family. Those who are covered with silkworms are not sericulture farmers. This principle is the same everywhere. Without decisive punching power, he had to make good use of his flexible mind. Frank revealed some of his research results, which were obtained by the then Deputy Minister Orb. At that time, Orb was looking for the future. Hell was his most optimistic future, so he naturally wanted to study it carefully if he had the opportunity. This is how the Snow family's low-end version of the 7 Demon Kings container came about. Orb didn't know that the Snow family's Demon King container already had an owner. Frank placed the Book of Hell in it and used the Demon King's container to make it. Evolution. When Sir Way went to the Snow family to ransack the house, Frank retrieved the Book of Hell, and then captured the demon Gain, sewed the Book of Hell into Gain's body, and took the opportunity to conduct some living research. At this time, Frank was already extremely powerful. Because he couldn't figure out how deep the water between the royal family and the Tulip family was, and he was worried that there would be others like him, he kept a low profile to the extreme. Later, the Book of Hell merged with the royal family's demon vessels, especially the 2 vessels of Gluttony that were contaminated by Wayne, and the evolutionary effect was remarkable. Frank himself grew stronger and became obsessed with the royal blood. His ambition has never been to conquer. He is a very pure researcher who has left the low-level interests early and only wants to know what the end point of the evolution of the Book of Hell will be. The purpose of bewitching Douglas is the same. He hides behind and manipulates Douglas to steal the divine blood. With no choice but to crash, Douglas and the Landau family rushed to rebel on the same day. The Landau family had more cards, and Douglas was no match at all and had to personally fight against the Death Knight. The effect of this pair is like poking a hornet's nest, and the god's chosen knight comes one after another. Death gives. Give you eternal peace. Wayne picked up the mysterious man's skull with his sword, and the Shadow Nightmare's cold light flashed, corroding his last thoughts. He really wanted to torture some information from the mysterious person, but he was worried that the other party had some tricks up his sleeve, so to be on the safe side, he just buried it with the secret. With that done, Wayne got off his horse and started touching the body. The effect is average and cannot be touched at all. The mysterious man is stingy to the extreme and is unwilling to leave any residue even after he dies. No, where is the book of hell that I lost? Wayne found nothing and became suspicious of Austin. Tell me, did you hide my book? Austin was too lazy to talk to Wayne and slashed the space barrier with his sword. Be careful, he is not the biggest mastermind behind the scenes, or he has allies, hiding in the Ministry of Magic headquarters. Are there any masters? Wayne let out a sigh and asked Austin to come quickly. The Tulip family was attacked in the hall, and the new deputy minister Anik disappeared. I was worried that the situation had changed, so I came to see you. I was teleported directly here. Austin spoke quickly. In addition to being worried about Wayne being ambushed, he also had the idea of rescuing Queen Sophia. Because he knew Wayne too well and was convinced that the disaster would last for thousands of years, he prioritized rescuing the Queen. As a result, as soon as he saw Anastasia's back, he stepped into the battlefield between Wayne and the mysterious man. There are really masters. Wayne touched his scalp, which was not numb and did not exist at all. He originally thought that the mysterious man who controlled Douglas was the mastermind behind the scenes, but it turned out that the mysterious man was just a pawn controlled by the Nazis. In this way, the Book of Hell is probably written by Douglas. Let's go to Douglas. He has the Queen in his hands. The space barrier was broken, and the two Knights of Darkness and Death arrived at the ruins. Anastasia was still calmly deciphering the chaotic space, completely unaware that Douglas had left long ago. Wayne frowned slightly. He did give orders for Anastasia not to be too active when rescuing people, but he didn't ask her to be so passive. If the material is good, it should be on the right track. Sure enough, there are still experts. Who is it? Wayne looked intently at Anastasia, his thoughts pouring into the latter's body. At first glance, he was a little confused about what to do. A very strange control technique, similar to the charm of a succubus. There is no clear trace of the spell, but it makes Anastasia seriously mentally depressed. Wayne couldn't solve this question, so he thought about it for 0.25 seconds and then tore up the test paper. He disrupted Anastasia's thinking and then reorganized it, similar to a save operation, allowing Anastasia's thinking to return to half an hour ago. Anastasia's body stagnated, and she suddenly woke up. Without any restraint, she sent a voice message from her mind to tell Wayne that she saw an eye before she lost consciousness. I. Wayne touched his chest and subconsciously thought of the ancient god and his retinue. Anastasia thought so too. She had encountered a similar situation and was sure that there was a descendant of the ancient god in London. Wayne did not come to a conclusion immediately and glanced at Austin. Not only the Queen, but also the princess and the prince were kidnapped. You are right, we need a queen. Without her, we will be at the front. Instead of being at the front and encountering conspiracies and calculations from all sides, it is better to support the Queen from behind. Temporary change of plan, Austin. The family has decided not to give you any additional clothes, and you will be the regent from today on. Please listen to what you are saying, there is no loyalty at all. Austin rolled his eyes. It's best for you to think so. I taught you a long time ago that the world is not as simple as it seems, and crises can come at any time. Don't put yourself in front of others, no matter what you want to do, whatever, you need a spokesperson. Yeah, so you're the king. Austin didn't catch a breath. He was so angry that he was speechless. He closed his eyes and sensed, but did not find the figures of the Queen and Douglas. He mentioned that twilight was suddenly inserted into the ground in desperation. Black light surged, invading deep underground, and found a passage related to the fog in the complex magic foundation. The portal opened and Austin quickly stepped into it. Seeing that he was familiar with the road and obviously well prepared, Wayne quickly followed up with his sword in hand, leaving Yulia to stay where he was to mark the space nodes. Sci-fi stepped forward quickly and pondered for a moment, laughing at herself would only add to the confusion and had no intention of going deeper. At this time, she had already made up her mind to reach the legendary mage realm as soon as possible, otherwise she would only be pulled further and further away by Austin. Philomena stood quietly in front of the transmission channel. When the high priest had no hands on his butt, her IQ was still online. The figures of the Death Knight and Wayne gradually overlapped in her mind. She didn't understand why the Death Knight equals the Nature Knight, so death and nature were said to be in opposition to each other. Is it possible that nature and death are not parallel lines that never intersect, but a cycle, where the end of nature is death, and the ultimate death will return to nature? It felt unreliable. She would rather believe that Death Knight equals Moon Knight. Anastasia looked at the two elegant ladies silently, recalling the failure just now, and fell into a cycle of self-blame and regret. She could have performed better in front of her faith, but in the end she achieved nothing, as if she had no other use than to be eye-catching. The starting points of the three women's worries are different, but the result is surprisingly the same. They all feel that they are too weak. Two legendary mages, and a dragon-blooded golden mage who is about to break through to the legendary realm, they should have nothing to do with being weak. Ministry of Magic Headquarters. Located in the West District of London, it is very close to Buckingham Palace. In terms of its geographical location, the overall urban layout of London, and the trend of the river, this is a geomantic treasure. The location of the Ministry of Magic was very particular. The royal family was definitely not dissatisfied with the distance and deliberately placed the office next to their home. London overlaps with a projection space. Whenever night falls, the space opens and the fog comes. In the transmission channel, Austin told the results of his investigation. He didn't say when he started the investigation, fearing that Wayne might mistakenly think that he really wanted to rebel. The fog will affect the essence of life, spreading evolution and pollution, so the magical community in Windsor has been monitoring the fog for a long time. Austin continued. Wayne nodded secretly, referring to Route 114, the fog is not the source of chaos, the root is behind the fog. The same pollution is indiscriminate, but the heavy fog in London is different from the ancient god's descendant Togugai. To be precise, the projection space in London should be called grey space, which is the same kind of space connected to the ancient silver coins thing. Austin told the truth about the grey space. The grey space is the fallen kingdom of God. After the fall of the gods, the kingdom of God was shattered. Some of these fragments merged into the void, and some fell into the God's chosen continent until the internal laws and void existed. God's chosen continent will be completely integrated, and the grey space will disappear. In addition to the fellows of the four elements in the grey space, there is also the knowledge mastered by the gods, a lifetime of magical attainments, or the evolution path of the gods themselves, and the composition is very complicated. Ordinary lives cannot accept so much information. Under indiscriminate pollution, chaotic thinking, and twisted bodies look no different from being blessed by ancient gods. In essence, there is a huge difference. The information in the grey space is safer and can be learned and mastered by gold and legendary mages. But you must pay attention to controlling your desires. You cannot eat and drink indiscriminately just because it is safe. You must study in an appropriate amount and selectively. Otherwise, the result will still be the same, and you will fall into madness if you know too much. The royal family used ancient silver coins to win over the legendary mages and gave them generous treatment, but it did not fully open up the gray space. The real core was always in the hands of the royal family. After hearing this, Wayne suddenly realized that the gray space behind the ancient silver coins was the world after the fog. He wondered, so what the royal family uses is not the fog, but the laws in the gray space behind the fog. The divine blood is more adaptable to the laws and can withstand more. The power of, is that so? No, the evolutionary path of the divine blood has been fixed. The royal family's divine blood does not inherit the laws, but through the infusion of the laws, it awakens the divine blood corresponding to the laws and makes itself stronger quickly. Speaking of this, Alston paused. There is no balance in this process, it is very dangerous, and it is more painful than the pain I endured caused by Twilight's desperate situation. Not everyone has the Book of Greed, and can be like Wayne who accepts all comers. Life must maintain balance while pursuing evolution. The body, mind, and knowledge are always in sync, and even a little bit is not enough. For so many years, the royal family has held the gray space, and no strong man of the level of changing fate has ever appeared. It can only be used as a trump card, precisely for this reason. All afraid of death. This trump card can only be used when the fish are dead and the net is broken. Wayne secretly thought it was troublesome. He was still thinking about activating Chris's divine blood. When he heard that it would threaten the life and safety of the child's mother, he immediately gave up this idea. As they talked, the two came to the end of the transmission channel, and a pale door blocked the way. The door has a black background with white stripes. Under the dark background, the slender pale arms are crossed. In the center is the face of hell wearing a horny mask. The dark and evil reveal a strange holiness. The roadblock left by Douglas hopes to delay the pace of the troublemaker. Austin doesn't talk much nonsense. The Twilight desperate situation is a big move. After swallowing the door, he takes Wayne to a gray space that is not up, down, left, or right. The Book of Greed pokes its head. JPG. What are you looking at? Today you can eat as much as you want. Wayne was thankful for the gift of nature, and while he was lucky enough to get it back, he tried to analyze the basic attributes of the fallen kingdom while devouring the Book of Greed. The nature, sun, and moonlight of the Life Alliance correspond to death and darkness, storms and thunder, and the holy light faith of the Heavenly Father Church. Although the gods have mastered a vast amount of knowledge, they all have their most powerful side. According to this principle, the fallen gods corresponding to the gray space should also have their own strengths. Through the small eyeballs on the Book of Greed, Wayne can guess the true appearance of the other party. He took a look and couldn't see it. What this god has learned is very complicated, and the laws of the entire gray space are in chaos. If there is anything outstanding, it is probably that there are too many fire elements. When Wayne was wondering, a small eyeball shook slightly and opened a scorching red flame. The affinity of the fire element ushered in an epic enhancement. The non-quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The real law of fire, and then the small eyeball representing death also shook. The law of death took another step and took the top spot again. Death and fire, these two can also be connected together? Wayne didn't understand. After another 3 or 5 seconds, some strange information laws were integrated into the cover of the Book of Greed and fed back to Wayne. He felt that his body was stronger again. Speed, strength, nerve reaction, durability, anti-poison. It was a wonderful feeling. He couldn't find the words to describe it for a while. After thinking about it, he felt that he could kill a dragon with one punch. Found it? Somewhere in the gray space. One by one, the white bones stood up, the upper and lower ends sank into the void, and grew together with the gray space perfectly. These bones were the ribs peeled off by Douglas. After being reshaped, they were used as cages to imprison 5 trophies: Queen Sophia, Prince Edward, Juno, Carol, and Elisa. The first 3 have the same bloodline and the activated divine blood is roughly the same. The latter 2 are not clear for the time being, and Douglas has no brain to think about them. Douglas' body evolved again, and his violent and majestic figure is extremely masculine, with golden mane and muscular, almost like a lion standing upright. A 6-eyed lion with bat wings. This is part of the characteristics of the Lord of Pride. The mysterious man Frank once took away the 7 Demon King containers of the royal family. When invading Landau Manor, 6 of the 7 Demon King containers appeared, but the arrogant container was absent. It turned out that he was placed on Douglas. Similarly, the Book of Hell is also in Douglas' body at this moment. At this time, Douglas has completely lost his mind, and all his actions are in accordance with Frank's instructions. The latter has hosted part of his thinking in his body. Because of his loyalty to Pride, he dare not take away the control of this body. Frank actually knows very well that he is also part of the evolution of the Book of Hell, but loyalty is not absolute or absolutely disloyal. For the sake of faith, he is willing to become the nourishment of the Book of Hell. All for the arrogant master. Let go of that queen. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 314. Let go of that queen. Wayne held up Shadow Nightmare and added in his mind, asking Austin next to him to come. Douglas was more than 5 meters tall and had a powerful physique. He turned around after hearing this, his confused eyes flashed with madness, and he rushed towards the Dark Knight with his teeth and claws bared. Austin was overjoyed, but was worried that the robbers would take the hostages as a threat, but the robbers abandoned the hostages and chose to fight hand to hand. The devil is so kind. He gave Wayne a look. He would deal with Douglas, and Wayne would rescue the queen and her family. Too dangerous. Wayne was in trouble and blocked Austin behind him. He rushed in front of Douglas first. The tentacles of death surged and grew, turning into a huge octopus. He rolled the tentacles and wrapped Douglas in it. Austin shook his head with a dark face, and quickly rushed to the bones touching the sky and the ground. Although these bones were stripped from Douglas's body, they were actually the use of space ability. The bones seemed to be connected to the void up and down, but in fact they were connected to Douglas's body, the container of the Lord of Arrogance. Go one step further and connect to the Book of Hell. The ritual to activate the divine blood has begun, and the blood in the 5 divine blood holders is awakening. They are suffering tremendous pain, and their 5 faces are all hideous. Frank's arrangement is too tricky. Take Queen Sophia as an example. Her heartbeat is extremely fast, and her blood circulates rapidly under the pressure of her heart, regardless of whether the queen's body can bear it. Part of the divine blood in Sophia's body has been activated, but she is only a blood former and cannot enjoy the power brought by the activation of the divine blood. She was absorbed by the cage and sent to the Book of Hell in Douglas' body. Drinking the queen's blood, eating the queen's flesh, not even leaving a mouthful of soup. It's very Windsor, even more hellish. Sophia's facial features were ferocious and her face turned red as if bleeding. She noticed the darkness coming ahead and opened her eyes subconsciously. The Dark Knight is here too. The Dark Knight and the Death Knight both sided with the Landau family. The blood vessels near Sophia's temples were throbbing, and the pain prevented her from thinking too much. Her bloodshot eyes showed pain, hoping that the Dark Knight would help her get relief as soon as possible. The surname Windsor was soundly defeated by Landau, which might be a good thing if the king was Austin. At least it proved that she had a good vision and Austin was the best choice. Austin did not become the prince because of the resistance of the royal family. Sophia was really in pain. Every time a part of her blood was taken away, her body functions would regenerate new blood due to Frank's arrangement, making sure to drain all her body. Seeing the Dark Knight show his twilight desperate situation, Sophelia closed her eyes and waited for relief. She had never imagined that the Dark Knight was here to save her. Only little girls believed in fairy tales. She had long passed that age. In her opinion, the two knights of darkness and death were here to eradicate the evil. The prince transformed into a devil and killed his entire family as sacrifices to hell. The two knights came a step too late and failed to save the royal family, and regretfully killed the culprit prince. A country cannot be left without a master for a day, so Austen took advantage of the situation and put on the crown. The question is that the royal family is killing each other, playing with the devil and finally being played by the devil. Austen repeatedly refused, and became the new king with tears under the strong recommendation of the ministers. This is the normal routine. Black light flashed, and Sophelia broke away from the pale ribs, and her body fell uncontrollably at the feet of the Dark Knight. Austen did not catch the opponent, focusing on the ruthless character of the Dark Knight. The real reason was that the two had a relationship before, and he was afraid that the Queen would recognize him when they hugged each other. After saving the Queen, Austen swings his sword continuously, cutting off other ribs and freeing the imprisoned royal members. The divine blood activated in Edward and Juno's bodies was swept away by the Book of Hell and became part of the latter's evolution. The divine blood in Carol and Alyssa's bodies did not find a corresponding law, and the injuries were the least severe. Regardless of their situation, Austen's face was red, and he said to Sophelia with a loud voice, "Your Majesty the Queen, the saint of the Dark Church supports Austen, but I choose to support you. I have already talked with the Death Knight. You are still the monarch of this country. A puppet monarch. The Dark Knight's lies cannot deceive Sophelia. As a queen, she has studied similar documents and archives. As for the comparison of strength between the Landau family and the Windsor family, she has no say even if she continues to reign. Princess Elizabeth will be pregnant this year, and the child will be born next year. She will take the initiative to pass the throne to the newborn monarch. Immediately afterwards, the Landau family will take over various departments of the country, and surrounded by the Tulip family, they will govern the country on behalf of the new monarch." Seeing that the Queen didn't believe it, Austen had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "What the Death Knight said in the hall before is not true. We are here for the devil. Our purpose is to help you eliminate potential threats around you, not to snatch the crown on your head." Sophelia still didn't believe it. Austen didn't bother to explain any more. He said so much just for the sake of his ex-girlfriend. If he continued to talk, his wife would be unhappy. Who is more important, ex-girlfriend or wife? There is no need to think about it, there is no comparison at all, and hesitating for a second is unfaithful to the marriage. Austen waved Twilight Desperate, and out of the black light came a figure that was particularly familiar to Sophelia. New Deputy Minister Siade. The latter was swallowed up by the darkness and died. At this moment, her skin was dark, resembling a dark elf. Her mind no longer existed, and her body was completely dyed in a dark color. Under the control of Austen, she was responsible for protecting the safety of the Queen and her family. This move was taught by the Dark Messenger, who held the Twilight Despair and taught Austen how to use it in person. After returning from the frozen continent, Austen barely mastered this skill. Leaving behind a bodyguard who was ready to self-destruct at any time, Austen joined the battle between Wayne and Douglas. At this time, Douglas was no longer himself, and it was more appropriate to call him the vessel of the Lord of Pride. The power of hell protected Douglas from being eroded by death. His skin was as hard as a piece of steel. Wayne knocked on it for a while, but couldn't break it from the outside. There was no way out, so he had to go inside. Roar, roar, roar. Douglas raised his arms and roared, and the sound wave shockwave roared, shaking the entire gray space. The Book of Greed ate a lot and reached the peak of a scholar, and his big eyes were rolling around with joy. Wayne slowly retreated with the shockwave, suppressing his restless desire, and his huge thoughts vented down. The moment he touched Douglas, it triggered the pale flesh and blood in his body. During the fight, Wayne noticed that there was secondary contaminated flesh and blood in the six-eyed lion demon. Although he didn't understand what happened, facing the handle that was delivered to his door, he decisively chose a more relaxed fighting method. In terms of pollution, he has never been afraid of anyone except the sea god on Dragonheart Island. Douglas's roar was instantly deformed, and he lost his voice halfway through the roar, as if he had broken his voice. The sharp voice was exhausted, and it didn't sound like a lion's roar at all. More like a bird. Behind Douglas, the bat wings twisted and melted, fading from black to pale mud. Similar changes filled every part of his body, melting arms and faces, and the trend of collapse was getting faster and faster. Wayne nodded secretly. Evolution is above all else, this is much more useful than magic. In just a few breaths, Douglas rotted into a ball of white mud, and the wriggling white foam tried to reshape his body. Every time there was a change, he could only extend a few tentacles. Austin stopped cautiously, looking at the scene in front of him, secretly thinking it was weird. Frank's mind was hidden in the Book of Hell. He exerted his strength secretly and activated the 7 deadly sins, trying to regain control of this body by applying buffs. The effect was average, and he failed to take it back. Frank didn't understand why the Lord of Pride, since he had come to the world and given him the important task of evolving the Book of Hell, would allow the evolution to be interrupted. When the loyal people face difficulties, they will take the initiative to find reasons to make up for their beliefs. Frank thought about it for a while and instantly understood the Lord of Pride's intention. This was also part of the evolution and the material needed by the Book of Hell. To understand the key, Frank simply opened the Book of Hell and accepted the new evolution. The black book wrapped in chains was suspended in the air, rolling up a black storm, and the strong wind crushed the white flesh and swallowed it all into the storm vortex. Frank's remaining mind was torn into pieces in the dark vortex, and as one of the fusion materials, it became part of the evolution of the Book of Hell. In the darkness, flesh and blood and the 7 deadly sins were combined to reshape the body. The Book of Greed poked its head out. JPG. I smelled the aroma of another kind of food. I was full today and very happy. A 2-meter-tall white faceless man slowly took shape. His slender limbs could be male or female. The upper half of his face was covered by a black mask and he had 6 golden pupils. A vertical line cracked in his chest and abdomen, and black mud slowly flowed. 7 sinful faces sank or floated, and each one was in great pain. Behind the faceless man, 4 thick tentacles swung in disorder. The boss transformed again. Wayne had seen the ultimate form of the Book of Hell before, and each time there were different changes, with the biggest change in height and body shape. The first time was in the Snow family. The ultimate form was 5 meters tall. The second time was in the Landau Manor. The ultimate form was about 3 meters, and this time it shrunk directly to 2 meters, and there was no difference between him and ordinary people when he put on clothes, hats, shoes, and socks. But the 7 faces that symbolized the 7 demon kings made Wayne quite afraid. They were all ordinary people, and there was no difference between the world and hell. Wayne was very familiar with the 4 tentacles behind the faceless man, and he controlled them with his mind, trying to sense them. The tentacles shook slightly, as if responding to something, but that was all, and they did not express obedience to Wayne's thoughts. Interesting, the evolutionary path in hell is not simple either. Why didn't I see the manifestation of the divine blood? Did he interrupt it successfully? Just as Wayne was holding the shadow nightmare tightly, the faceless man's body melted, the white foam stirred and shrank, and all returned to the Book of Hell. The black book wrapped in chains was quietly suspended in the air, motionless. The Book of Greed couldn't wait any longer, and urged Wayne to take the book down quickly. If it was too late, I'm afraid there would be another mysterious person who would snatch it away. 3 times is better than 3, and similar things have happened twice. The desire of the Book of Greed is Wayne's desire. He tried to calm down and see what happened, but he couldn't resist the desire after all, and waved the death aura to hit the Book of Hell. The death energy triggered the defense mechanism, and the characters of the 7 deadly sins appeared on the surface of the black book. The black light was rhythmic, and the Book of Hell was not corroded by death. Austin raised one hand, and the darkness swallowed it down, but failed to stain it black, nor swallow it. Wayne hesitated whether to accept the book. There was another master hiding in the dark. It was hard to say whether the Book of Hell was left by the other party on purpose. Taking it away at this time would be exactly what the other party wanted. Keep it? What if he thought too much and refused the gift of nature? Wouldn't it hurt the heart of nature? After a lot of entanglement, desire still defeated caution. Wayne waved his hand and pushed away the portable space, sealing the Book of Hell inside. He allowed the Book of Greed to enjoy it as soon as possible. No matter whether there was a conspiracy or not, knowledge was guiltless. Wow.jpg. The Book of Greed sighed, and with a beep, the Book of Hell changed from epic equipment to a whiteboard. All the information written on it was snatched away by the Book of Greed, and then sent to each little eyeball in categories. The little eyeball representing hell overwhelms heaven in one fell swoop. Putting aside the 7 deadly sins, Divine Comedy, and the limited golden rule, Wayne tasted some strange information. The skull tilted its head and looked at the royal family in disbelief. Smells like an angel. Not an angel reincarnated into a human being, but a weird angel himself. The blood of heaven actually flows in the Windsor royal family. You yourself are from heaven, why do you have to fight with Heavenly Father and the Holy See? You are really just fighting among yourself. Compared with the fact that the Queen and her family have the blood of heaven in their bodies, what is most incredible to Wayne is that angels can actually mate and leave blood descendants in the world. Do those weirdos have the tools to commit crimes? It seems that they don't even have the most basic gender. Who does the child belong to? What is the specific process? Why is this paragraph not detailed? Wayne was confused in his heart. Without knowing the reason, he thought on the bright side. In the future, he could play the reincarnated angel more lifelike and add some special effects. One day, he, a false angel, may not be able to enter the gate of heaven openly and honestly. Austin stepped forward to Wayne and said displeased, "Why did you put that book away? It looks very evil. Don't be taken advantage of." "No, that book is just a blank diary now." Sensing Austin's concern, Wayne said, "You know me, I am more evil than that book, and it can't do anything to me." Austin shook his head slightly, "I'm not concerned about you, but I'm worried about the safety of the people around you. There are a few people who are very important to me. Don't involve them because of your arrogance." "Don't worry, I can suppress this book." "Where is the owner of the book?" "Then I throw it away now." "What's the point of throwing it away now?" Austin glared at Wayne and directly started the team voice, "I don't want to expose my identity in front of the royal family. I will wait for you outside and take the Queen out. I beg you, please stop messing around." Wayne nodded. His original plan was to have Austin wear a yellow robe and endure the hardships at the front. As a prince, he would live happily outside. Halfway through the plan, London still has a master. In this case, Austin's lead is not as simple as suffering and suffering. In case he was the only male left in the Landau family, Wayne decisively revised his plan. Aston was chosen as the regent. The Dark Knight strode away, and the Death Knight looked around the grey space, trying to summon Yulia. After a try, he really succeeded. The grey space is the fallen kingdom of God. Yulia's ability to open portals is not limited to the God's chosen continent. If you are bolder, you can also use the intact kingdom of God. It is indeed a magical life forged by the goddess of death herself. Its rarity is off the charts, and it is a sparkling SSR. With the portal, it was much easier for Wayne to take people out. When Yulia was leaving with the prince and princess in his mouth, he strode to the queen, leaned over and smiled heartily. "Ja. Your Majesty, did the Dark Knight just say something to you, such as the loyalty of the Landau family, and that he would support you in becoming king?" "I can tell you very responsibly that what he said is true. The Landau family is really loyal. Whether it is Austen or the next head of the family, Wayne, they are all loyal to the Queen. What I said in the hall was to deceive Prince Douglas. You know, I had a bad time with the devil in hell, so I targeted him everywhere." Sophia said nothing. Her husband died, but she was not sad at all. Perhaps she was used to Douglas's death, or perhaps she felt it was not worth it, but Douglas's death did not cause many ripples in her heart. On the contrary, after luckily surviving, the butt began to exert force, and the brain followed the instructions of the butt and began to think about the future of the royal family and Windsor. "Death Knight, what exactly do you want to say?" "Loyalty. Death Knight, your loyalty is only to the goddess of death and has nothing to do with me. I have never expected to gain your loyalty. Sophia has no cards, and as a potato on the chopping board, she speaks without any scruples. You don't need to sow discord. The four churches support the Landau family, and they have also dispatched 2 divinely chosen knights. Austen cannot decide the future. I understand that he can't help himself. Tell me what arrangements you are going to make." "Sister, it would be great for you to have this misunderstanding. Since the Queen wants me to show off, let me tell you straight. The war is about to break out. The Dark Knight and I have chosen the Landau family. The Church will not interfere in the politics of Windsor, and Austen will assist you in managing this country as an agent. That's it?" Sophia smiled bitterly. It was such a generous condition, she had to thank the Church. "Of course there are others. These have nothing to do with the Church and belong to my personal bias." White light danced in Wayne's eyes. Seeing that Yulia had moved everyone away, he and the Queen were left alone. He subconsciously rubbed his hands. "When I was in the cemetery, I heard a lot about you and Austria. Stone's scandal, I want to know, what are the truths in it?" "Sophia. Change of dynasty in the last second, gossip and scandal in the next second. Do whatever you want according to your own preferences. Is this a strong person?" "Queen, are you talking?" Wayne urged. "If you don't, I will take it all seriously. Austen and I are not entangled, we just had a relationship before, and then we got married. He is very loyal as a minister, and I trust his loyalty very much." Sophia put the final nail in the coffin of this scandal. "Nothing, all rumors. So how far did you go when you were in love?" Sophia had a blank expression and was unwilling to mention this past. Wayne secretly thought it was boring and planned to break into Buckingham Palace again at night in a few days. He helped the weak Queen up and took her back to the ruined office building through the portal. The grey space has been marked by Yulia, and Wayne plans to eat it up as soon as possible. Times have changed, and the royal family no longer needs a trump card, otherwise the relationship between the Queen and the regent will not be good. After the Death Knight appeared with the Queen, the 4 legendary wizards returned. Yvette, Herman, Bon, and Bedford fought 2-2 and it was hard to tell. Seeing Bon and Bedford were wounded and sealed again, it should be a 50-50 result. Bon and Bedford did not die, and Yvette and Herman were uninjured. There was nothing wrong with the 50-50 result. Bon and Bedford were controlled by the mysterious man Frank. They did not play much of their own strength. At this moment, they became prisoners and sighed about the injustice of fate. After Frank died, the voices in their ears disappeared. After their reason came online, they raised their hands and surrendered. Although they were completely stigmatized as traitors, they were not without any benefits. They perfectly avoided the opportunity to whitewash themselves and rode away on the road of being a traitor. Yvette and Herman looked helplessly at the Queen kidnapped by the Death Knight. They tried their best, but the enemy was powerful and they were helpless. The two were extremely ashamed and unworthy of Sophia's trust. Yvette, Herman, you did a great job. You have contributed to the destruction of Douglas's plot tonight, Sophia said calmly, with the demeanor of a queen. She was calm and composed in her words, without the bitterness of being threatened, but the bloody reality told Yvette and Herman that only Douglas was crushed, and the Landau family's plot had succeeded. Yvette glanced at Sophia silently, asking if she wanted to struggle. Sophia lost too much blood and was so weak at this time that she had to hold on to avoid falling into the arms of the Death Knight. Her body could not withstand too much tossing, and she had accepted her fate. At this time, Austin walked over quickly and was stunned when he saw the unconscious royal family members on the ground and the Queen being held by the Death Knight. "Austin, why did you come back first?" "Wayne, the portal was opened." Austin was speechless. He didn't bother to argue with the little trash can. He took 2 steps forward and bowed, "Your Majesty, under your instruction, all the traitors have been killed. It's getting late, please have a good rest. If you have anything, we can talk tomorrow." "Are you ordering me?" The change in status made Sophia hear other meanings in Austin's words. She sighed slightly and staggered away from the Death Knight. "Austin, come and help me. I have something to talk to you alone." Sophie poked her head out. JPG. Philomena also poked her head out. She was looking at the Death Knight, trying to find the similarities between the skeleton and Wayne. Austin nodded, stepped forward to hold the Queen's arm, and at her request, walked away from the strangers and talked under the street lights. "The Death Knight has made clear the demands of the 4 churches. You will assist me in governing Windsor in the future. I am still the Queen, but there are some things that require your consent." Austin frowned slightly, without refutation, frowned and said, "I don't understand state affairs. I can make suggestions, but I can't make decisions. Your Majesty's regime is still as effective as before. You are really good at comforting people. How could it be the same as before?" Sophia glanced at Austin. "You love your wife very much, right?" "Yes. Then there should be a queen in the future of the country. Elizabeth's situation is a bit complicated. Maybe in the future, she will be integrated into the bloodline of the Landau family." "The bloodline of the Landau family? Princess. Does Veronica have this ability?" A small trash can's face jumped out in front of Austin, explaining, "Your Majesty, you know me, Wayne is not my son." "Austin, do you think I will believe this now? This is credible." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 315. Austin tried to explain that he and Wayne were not related. "Looks like is not equal to father and son. If we have to say that they are related by blood, he and Douglas are somewhat similar in appearance. Why hasn't anyone said that they are brothers?" Austin told the truth. Wayne was his son-in-law, and through this identity he became the heir to the Landau family. The similarity in clothing and hairstyle comes from the former butler Fula, so everything can be explained. Sophia could not trust Austin as before. She did not refute, but instead asked, "The activation ceremony of the divine blood failed. Austin, do you know why?" Austin remained silent. The activation ceremony of the divine blood was only partially successful. The reason was that he arranged a magic circle in the Landau family and used ancient silver coins as interference, disrupting the internal stability of the gray space. This is why Frank was fully prepared, but he was only half successful, failing to drain all the royal blood of the royal family in one breath. Frank can activate the divine blood through gray space, and Austin can naturally interrupt it. They have both invested a lot of research into divine blood and fog, and use this as their own trump card. The difference is that Frank wants to evolve the Book of Hell, while Austin just wants to protect himself and be prepared in advance just in case. But regardless of whether Austin had other ideas, his hand finally reached into the grey space. This is the trump card of the royal family against the Holy See and the foundation of the Windsor royal family. As a loyal minister, Austen's behavior made him his loyalty seems particularly hypocritical. Once the bridge of trust collapses, the truth will be dismissed as lies. Austen said that Wayne was not his son, and Sophia felt it was harsh to hear it. Yes, the Landau family has won everything, and there is no need to continue acting. From a political standpoint, Sophia asked Austen if there was any possibility of renewing their relationship, but the latter flatly refused without giving any room for it. Sophia retreated and promoted her daughter Elizabeth, but was rejected by Wayne on the excuse that she was not her biological child. This is the rhythm for the Windsor family to completely withdraw from politics. At least in the Queen's heirs, this is how Austen arranged it. The Landau family was ready to transfer the property. He advised the Queen to give up resistance and accept the cruel reality. Austen, not at all possible. Austen was speechless. He rejected the princess on Wayne's behalf for the sake of the royal family. The Queen must think that he was ambitious. Forget it, as long as the Queen is happy, he can't control what Wayne wants to do anyway, so just leave it like that. Your Majesty, just do what you want. I still say the same thing. The Landau family is loyal to the royal family. Austen bowed and saluted. That's great, Sophia said with a slight smile. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have returned to the original state of harmony and trust between the king and his subjects, but they both knew that nothing could go back, and there was already a thick barrier between them. The cold moonlight shrouded the sky over the Ministry of Magic headquarters. Upon closer inspection, the fog covering the entire London seemed to be much thinner than before. The subtle changes did not attract much attention, and the wealthy West End, North End, and Nalundam were still prosperous. Deep underground, there is a mysterious space. The ancient altar, which had been destroyed due to demonic riots, was now intact and floating quietly in the air, with the Golden Rule and the 7 Deadly Sins Divine Comedy engraved above it. The reincarnation altar of the arrogant Lord. Devils in hell can be reincarnated into humans with the help of altars, and humans can be reincarnated into devils in hell with altars. A figure slowly emerged. Wearing a suit, shirt, leather shoes, and tie, the man looks like a social elite, but his face cannot be looked directly at and his true appearance cannot be clearly seen. He waved his hand and inserted it into the void, took out a black book, placed it on the altar, and copied the 7 Deadly Sins Divine Song to write the information on the blank pages. Soon, a new book of hell is generated. Frank, right? The evolution of hell you wrote is somewhat interesting, but it's too narrow. If merging the 7 demon kings is the ultimate evolution, why don't I just copy the 7 Deadly Sins Divine Comedy? I can't blame you. It's the structure of the 7 demon kings that caused you to misunderstand. The god of hell cannot be born by merging the 7 demon kings. The existence of hell has another meaning. I hope the next person who holds the book of hell can surprise me. The man murmured a few words and waved his hand before throwing the book of hell into London, looking for the next lucky person to guide evolution. Raising his hand in the air, the man stopped. London is no longer fit for purpose and the new owner will end up failing just like Frank. After thinking for a moment, the man punched the reborn book of hell into the void and sent it to Frank, across the sea from Windsor. Target Paris, those who are destined will get it. Who will it be this time? Hopefully a clergyman, that would be really interesting. West End Cemetery. Philomena, wearing a long white dress with her face covered by white gauze, followed the Death Knight to the unmarked tombstone. The Death Knight got into the coffin board and buried himself in the ground to sleep. He noticed that the high priest was following him and did not respond. The Death Knight's indifference made Philomena suspicious. From the beginning she was convinced that Wayne was the Death Knight, but now she is half convinced and suspects that she guessed wrong. Based on her understanding of dead ghosts, she should have smiled heartily at this time, forced the beautiful high priest into a corner, and then pretended to do something nasty. Nothing happened. Am I overthinking it? Not far away, evil dogs, undead horses, and skeleton owls were chatting together. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Ouch. The painting style was very informal, and the horse and the owl could actually speak dog language. Philomena stopped and looked far away, and saw that the Death Knight's beloved pet regarded her as nothing. She was not worried that she picked up the hoe to dig the grave, and became shaken again. She has nothing to do with the Death Knight, and is not even considered an ally. There must be another reason for being so polite to her. Therefore, the dead ghost is buried underneath. Philomena looked at the unmarked tombstone with cold eyes, debating whether to dig out the person and confront him face to face. She mustered up the courage to raise her hand several times, but finally gave up. If she overthinks it and digs out the Death Knight, it will be great fun. Bai walked away, stopped at the edge of the cemetery, looked at Wayne walking on the road, snorted and chased after him. Hey, Mina, it's such a coincidence that you come here for a walk. Wayne looked surprised and opened his mouth, saying it was fate. Philomena rolled her eyes beautifully and said coldly, "Stop pretending, you are the Death Knight, right?" In the banquet hall, he said that Wayne had already arrived, but she had searched the crowd and couldn't see him. Add to that the Dark Knight Austin's attitude towards the Death Knight, and Wayne's appearance in the necropolis, and the evidence was conclusive to solve the case. Don't talk nonsense. I am the successor of the Nature Knight. How can I be a Death Knight? Even if you think about it, you will know that it is impossible. Wayne sighed. I know you have big breasts, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Having big breasts doesn't mean you're stupid, it's just that you're too lazy to care. Philomena retorted on the spot and glanced sideways at Wayne. You said you are not a Death Knight, so why are you here? I'll come after you. Wayne said matter-of-factly, it's too dangerous for you to chase the Death Knight alone at night, so I came here to find you. Well, that's very kind of you. Hee, right. You're still out of breath. Philomena sneered repeatedly and raised her hand to grab Wayne's collar. Your mother told me that you are the Death Knight. You are the Death Knight. Seeing that Wayne refused to admit it, Philomena turned around and walked away. After 2 steps, she found that Wayne had not caught up with her and stopped in anger. Wayne scratched his head and came to Philomena's side. When he saw her frowning and coldly looking like she would not leave without being coaxed, he raised his hand and hooked her slender waist to bring her into his arms, biting her red lips through the white veil. Philomena struggled a few times, unable to extricate herself from her obsession with kissing, and soon fell into Wayne's arms. His eyes were blurred and he was a little distracted. Wayne patted his butt, and Philomena subconsciously stretched out her hand to support the big tree next to her. She bent down, raised her hips, spread her legs, and moved smoothly. Wayne. Although, there must be a war after a war, so he will not expose this misunderstanding. Philomena realized something was wrong only after she finished sculpting her shape. The tips of her ears turned red, she secretly uttered an obscene voice and stood up hurriedly. Seeing Wayne approaching and getting serious, she quickly pushed him away. Don't mess around. This is the West End Cemetery, the territory of the Death Knight. Asleep. There are horses and dogs. They're all female. How do you know so well? Because I am the Death Knight. Philomena rolled her eyes, smacked the evil hand on her chest, and said angrily, why don't you act? It turns out that the Death Knight is also a pervert. I thought the skeleton had no human desires. Generally speaking, there is no such thing, but there are also people. If it is a beauty like Mina, not to mention the Death Knight, the Death Goddess will rise from the coffin. Wayne smiled at the corner of his eyes and held the back of Philomena's hand. Kissed. How can you be a Death Knight? Philomena asked the biggest doubt. You are the successor of the Nature Knight. I saw you display the elemental mantra with my own eyes. Death and nature are in opposition. It is impossible for the goddess of death to choose you. Even if death and nature are a cycle, you this kind of. You have no respect for the gods. The goddess of death is crazy, in short, it can't be you. God doesn't care. Wayne shrugged, held Philomena in his arms, smelled the fragrance in his hair, raised his eyebrows and said, "To tell you the truth, I am still the successor of Moon Knight." He. Philomena is a smiley person. Nature and death can go crazy, but the moonlight goddess she believes in cannot. She advises Wayne not to talk nonsense. Just because you have big breasts and don't care about them doesn't mean you don't care about them. Mina, I really am Moon Knight, I swear to the goddess. Forget it, if the goddess takes it seriously, I will have to find another boyfriend. Look, if I kept it from you, you wouldn't be happy. If I tell the truth, you don't believe it. It's really hard for me. Then change, just like the Nature Knight did last time. I will believe you after you transform. Philomena pushed Wayne away and put her hands on her shoulders to give him a chance to prove himself. Just change. Wayne inserted one hand into the void and picked it up. This is wrong, it is the elemental mantra, this is wrong, Twilight Desperate Realm, this is the Shadow Nightmare. Hey, where is Byakuya hidden? Wayne muttered, but he still couldn't figure out Byakuya. Philomena looked at it amusedly. How about, do you want to give you a few more minutes to think about how to complete this lie? Mina, I'm not lying, I'm the real successor to Moon Knight. Wayne withdrew his hand with a serious face and explained, I know, Delian must have lost Byakuya when she was playing cards. When she becomes so angry that she lifts the table and snatches Byakuya back, I can transform. This reason is too ridiculous. Lord Delane is a Moon Knight. I have seen her portrait at the church headquarters. She is not a bad gambler. Philomena laughed out loud and pointed out the absurdities one by one. First of all, the character design is wrong. Moonlight Knight Delane is recognized as an iceberg beauty by the church headquarters. It is rumored that she can be seen from a distance but cannot get close. If she gets close, she will freeze to death. She is terrifyingly calm and will never get angry when she is embarrassed. Secondly, there is no doubt about the loyalty of the chosen knight to the goddess, and Delane cannot bet on Byakuya Sadato no matter what. In the end, the god-chosen knight bets on the artifact. Who is his opponent? Who dares to take this card? Even if he wins, he will not have the guts to take Byakuya. From the perspective of a pure passerby, Philomena objectively picked out 3 loopholes. The words were so false that they sounded like they were made up. First of all, as for what kind of person Delane is, you also said yes. It's just hearsay and rumors. You have never met her in person. Wayne argued one by one. Secondly, loyalty and taking artifacts as bets are 2 different things. They are not contradictory. The last poker partner is even simpler. Naturally, the 2 Knights of the Sun have the courage to accept Byakuya. Justified, Philomena was speechless for a while, looked at Wayne and said, just say this to me, don't say it in front of other goddess believers. If you offend the entire Life Alliance with one sentence, it really belongs to you. It's obviously because your idol filter is too heavy. What's wrong with being addicted to cards? Which oracle stipulates that card players can't be the chosen knights? Wayne snorted and said, you have 4 moon phase changing cards in your hand. Using this as an argument, goddesses like to play cards, and the chosen knights like to play cards to cater to their beliefs. Seeing that Wayne was still unwilling to admit defeat, Philomena sneered secretly. Since Wayne had humiliated himself, don't blame her for being cruel. Wayne, would you like to make a bet on whether you are the successor of Moon Knight? This. I don't dare anymore. The chances of winning are so great that it's even harder to lose. I don't want to take advantage of you. Bah, are you still taking advantage of it? Philomena sneered, Don't talk nonsense. I'm happy to lose. You can decide whether to gamble or not. Come on, I won't lose anyway. Wayne shrugged and saw that it was Philomena who insisted on sending her away. He tried to stop her but failed. When we were in the banquet hall, your father Austin told me about the chaotic relationship in the Landau family. You have a fiancée named Veronica, right? Why does that bastard Laudeng say anything and become the king, right? Wait, I'll park Yulia downstairs at your house tonight? Wayne's heart skipped a beat. Although it was only a matter of time before he was exposed, he had not yet prepared Philomena in advance. The exposure at this time made it clear that he was waiting to see his joke. Okay, you like to laugh, right? Let's see if you can still smile when you wake up from the Queen's 3,000 square meter bed. Speak, are you pretending to be dead again? Mina, listen to my explanation. If there's anything to explain, just tell me if you have a fiancé. Strictly speaking, there is no engagement for the time being. That's right. Philomena let out a long sigh. You nobles are really having fun. Your father told me that although Sci-fi is not your biological mother, Veronica is your half-sister. In order to protect you and allow you to legally inherit the family business, we arranged the engagement. Wayne. Isn't this version obsolete? Why is it becoming popular again? Oh my God, the sun came out from the west, and Laudeng actually assisted him. This must be paid back. Wait, I'll let you wake up from the Queen's 3,000 square meter bed right away. I don't understand the considerations of the nobles. It's too obscene. I don't bother to understand. I won't say anything about breaking off the engagement. Your Landau family has risked annihilation and spent decades seeking the throne. Victory is close. In front of me, I cannot allow years of forbearance and blood and tears to go in vain because of my selfishness. Philomena looked at Wayne helplessly. I'll take a step back. The engagement doesn't need to be cancelled, but you can't mess around with your sister. Just bet on whether you are the Moon Knight or not, okay? Mina, I am truly the heir to Moon Knight. Still making excuses, do you really like your sister so much? Okay, let's make a bet, who will let me go along with you in everything? Wayne sighed and insisted on giving it to him for free. He couldn't stop him. What could he do? He could only bear the grievance alone. He raised his hand and took the beauty into his arms, winking and indicating that he would spend the night at the high priest's manor. I'm not in the mood tonight. When I think about you being a death knight and being engaged to someone else, I just... Philomena tilted her head and looked at Wayne with a very complicated expression. Then shall I leave? Humph, come home with me. Philomena snorted coldly. Just because she was not interested doesn't mean she gave up tonight. The date was still a date. Even if she wanted to keep an eye on Wayne and prevent him from going home and messing around with her sister tonight, she had to make a date tonight. October 3rd. Landau Manor, study. 5 days have passed since Douglas rebelled. During these 5 days, Wayne has been carefree and happy. Austin has been so busy that he looks much thinner. Austin, you've lost weight. Wayne sat on the sofa and played with the ancient silver coins, and said displeasedly, I know you want to stabilize the Queen, but you are not me. You must live in moderation, otherwise your body will let you go, and the teacher will not let you go. Austin had a dark face and said nothing. He had heard too many similar pointing fingers. No one dared to say anything openly. In private, there was an undercurrent of teasing about him staying up late at night and working overtime at the Ministry of Magic headquarters. The prince and the queen are truly in love. The next king will be born next year. What, Edward and Elizabeth are not Austin's children? After that dinner party, Austin's anus power improved, from the original position of having an ass in London to the current position of having an ass in Buckingham Palace. Although there is no obvious transfer of power, anyone with a discerning eye, especially the Tulip family, can see that the Queen is handing over her power step by step. Now it is time to share the power with Austen. After a while, the host and guest will change, and it will be Austen's time to share the power with the Queen. The Tulip family knows very well that the royal family is bound to gain power. They were unable to resist in the past, but now a stronger one has come and they have no ability to resist. If you don't want to run into a death knight while walking at night, be polite and hand over the family interests at hand. For example, Boswell and Wilson, who were the most lively in the past, Barney and Rupert were like eggplants beaten by frost, wilted and without any energy at all. They not only handed over all the powers delegated by the royal family, but also used their family's strength to donate financial and material resources, vowing to defend the majesty of the royal family to the death, and strive to be on the front line to win this war for the king. The two of them voted too early and bowed to Douglas when the situation was not yet clear. It was not surprising that they ended up like this. Other Tulip families followed suit and donated tens of thousands of their wealth, talking about the king but keeping silent about their loyalty. When those who don't know the truth see this scene, they will definitely sigh that Windsor has changed. It is no longer the island country with crazy internal strife. The monarch and his ministers are in harmony, and the war is stable. Of course, if you pay, you should pay, and if you have power, you have power. This will not affect these rotten people from spreading gossip in private. The Landau family is paying taxes again tonight. Austen insists on tax evasion, but there is no tax evasion. The Queen has collected taxes for many years, and Windsor has a second prince. Douglas died after all, and the time of death was set at the time of his death that year. This was Austen's request, and a sealing order was issued to preserve some dignity for the royal family and the Queen. The prince was a devil and almost killed the royal family. When word spread that the royal family was disgraced, it would be better to let Douglas die on the day of a glorious burial. Good for everyone. The Tulip family didn't understand Austen's thoughts. They only knew that he had great power and no longer had to secretly give advice in the Queen's palace. You've heard me. Austen stared at Wayne expressionlessly, trying to figure out what chance he might have of winning by pulling out the Twilight Extremis. How could it be? Our family is prospering and is far ahead of all the Tulip families. None of them can be a match for the Landau family. As the head of the family, you should be happy. Wayne looked loyal. Head of the Landau family, you have the highest achievements in history, and you will definitely be remembered by the family's successors. Austen sighed, feeling bitter and not knowing what to say. Queen Sophia has been extraordinarily honest these days, handing over power without reservation. She gave too much, which made Austen so busy that he didn't have a good rest for several nights. Austen suspected that Sophia did it deliberately to retaliate against the Landau family and join forces with the four churches to seize power. If you want power, okay, give it all to you, it depends on whether you can bear it or not. In addition, Sophia has been dressing very coolly these days, and in her words and deeds, she seems to be looking for the feeling of first love. There was no love, only politics, which made Austen feel particularly chilled. The Queen in his heart was destroyed. Every time he thought of this, Austen wanted to stab Wayne to death with his sword. It's a pity that I can't beat it, so I can only decompress in fantasy time. He looked tired and said feebly, the Queen and I have discussed the future bloodline of the royal family and want to introduce fresh blood from the Landau family in the next generation for improvement. What do you mean? She wants Veronica to condescend to marry the prince. Wayne raised his eyebrows, and he calculated with his fingers that the Queen had a way to die, and it would be at the third watch tonight. No, the Queen wants you to help the princess improve her offspring. Wayne blinked. What, didn't you explain? I explained it, but she didn't believe it. Austen slumped on the sofa and said listlessly, the princess is Juno. You have seen her. She will be an excellent queen in the future. I won't wrong you, right? Wronged. Wayne pouted, you may not believe it, but I have no interest in the princess and have never considered wronging myself. The princess also has a beautiful fiancé. Counting to, aren't you aggrieved? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 316. What, you can't speak? Austin glanced at the little trash can with contempt. When he looked in the mirror last year, he knew that this guy was a playboy like he was when he was young, and he would take the lead when he saw a beautiful woman. The difference is that he had money when he was young, while Wayne only had potatoes. He later turned back, while Wayne went all the way. What can I say? Do you believe that you misunderstood me? Anyway, in your heart, I am a little pervert. No, there is no little. You may still not believe it when I say it. Even if it is the princess and the princess's fiancé, I still feel wronged. Wayne waved his hand and said, it's not a matter of how many there are. There is no emotion. The princess is not my type. Her heart is too wild. I still like stupid ones. Wayne was telling the truth. He knew Juno very well and studied her very thoroughly. He was confident that he knew her better than Juno herself. In terms of the body, he was not wrong to help the princess improve her bloodline, but he was wronged mentally. He didn't feel moved. It was boring to finish the matter hastily. If I have to say, the princess's fiancé is more interesting. In short, Wayne is surrounded by beautiful women, especially Senna and Philomena, who are perfect and impeccable. He has a higher standard and does not want to wrong himself. The princess is good, but he is destined to be the man that the princess cannot get. Seeing that the little trash can refused without leaving any room for negotiation, Austin was very puzzled. You actually still have a day to refuse a beautiful woman, and it's a buy one get one free promotion. It's incredible. Is it a side effect of the Death Knight? Wayne, E=***. You don't understand, I also have my difficulties. Private life is not easy, Wayne sighed. No matter how beautiful the wildflowers outside are, he already has a garden. As an honest man, he just wants to guard his own garden and live an honest life. Austin figured out the reason, glared at Wayne, closed his eyes and said, Princess, you figure it out yourself. I don't care what you do. I have promised the Queen that the future king will have the blood of Landau and Windsor. Then it's not my turn to work hard. Go and tell the Queen, and see if she believes it. X2. X2. She actually thought I was his father, how can she curse me like that? She actually thought I was his son, the Queen cursed too badly. They both sighed, and Wayne said, Father, in my opinion. Shut up, don't call me father, I don't have a father like you. Austin interrupted directly, exhausted, and didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing. Wayne didn't realize that he felt that the rebellion was too difficult, especially after the rebellion was successful, he had to clean up a lot of messes, and he suddenly regretted it. That being said, if he was given another chance, he would still choose to help Austin. Just like the balance of fate, emptiness, and me, and the steady progress, the ability, status, and reputation are also matched and promoted together. Fist power is power. Even if fist power does not actively pursue power, power will turn to fist power. If you don't rebel now, sooner or later, the exposure of secrets will arouse the suspicion and fear of the royal family, and eventually lead to a big conspiracy against the Landau family. Wayne just chose to be active between being passive and active. I have no idea about the princess. You shouldn't agree to the Queen without authorization. You are strong and she is weak. Your status can't be changed. You leave her room for fantasy, which will only let her continue to test. In the end, she is still unlucky, Wayne said seriously. How could Austen not understand this truth? Looking at the Queen's recent cool appearance, you know that the Queen has begun to test. Although he understands it, Austen has never planned to rebel and become king. What can he do? He can only drag it out and let time prove everything. Also, he doesn't know how to drag it out at all. The Dark Church is determined to take root in London and will become the most powerful religious force in London in the future. In this way, Sci-fi and Philomena will inevitably fight for the interests of their respective churches. Austen could not find a reason to refuse. If allowed, the three churches would continue to grow. The top leaders are their own people, and below, religion makes people ignorant, and friction will inevitably lead to physical conflicts. Or the Heavenly Father Church will just organize a game, without any need to sow discord, and the three churches will fight each other. After the banquet that night, the balance scale has tilted and cannot be pulled back. These days, Austen has been dealing with state affairs. Queen Sophia has been playing badly throughout the whole process, holding a cup of black tea and pretending to be busy, watching Austen struggling with the solution as if watching a joke. In addition to the balanced church, there are also chaotic internal affairs, bad diplomacy, war-torn international situation, and there is a lack of money everywhere. Austen is numb. He didn't want to be king in the first place, and now he doesn't want to. He wants to push Wayne out, but he is afraid that the latter will directly destroy the country. So, as long as you help the princess continue her bloodline, the Queen will have hope and she will take the initiative to govern the country. He explained his recent experience, and there was helplessness between the lines. This was the price Wayne paid for inciting rebellion, and he had to stand up and take responsibility. At the end, he added a sentence, and he could make a written agreement. Let's talk about it later. Maybe in a few years, my aesthetic taste will change and I will have feelings for the princess. Wayne still waved his hand, and this time he didn't bite to death, leaving Austen with a little thought. Maybe he can sleep with her, but the bloodline will definitely not be passed on. Nothing else, the life level is too high, and the princess's house type does not match. Except for Senna, who is in trouble, Wayne has made a lot of shoddy work on Veronica, Chris, Willie, Philomena, and Mona. Chris is the closest, and has been exposed to the most rain and dew, but there has been no ups and downs so far. Their life level is too low to pass on Wayne's offspring. Another possibility is not ruled out. Wayne has long ceased to be a human being. The species is different and there is reproductive isolation. This possibility exists, but it is not high. Veronica has dragon blood, which is well known to be open to all. It can flood with a little rain. Even she has no ups and downs, which shows that the possibility of reproductive isolation is not high. The reason can only be the disparity in life level. Wayne can sacrifice himself and make a mess of Juno, and then what, can't get any results, and keep getting free stuff? How embarrassing. Wayne didn't say these things clearly. When asked by outsiders, he said that his career was more important and he was not in a hurry to have more children. He didn't say anything because he hoped that Austen would figure it out. He was powerless to help the royal family continue the bloodline, which was the top priority. In 2 years, the Queen will be unable to bear it anymore and may ask Austen to help the royal family continue the family line. Anyway, the Queen herself is idle, so why not try to get pregnant? Le.jpg. Seeing that Wayne didn't even want a written agreement, Austen couldn't help but look at him with a higher opinion. Although, the little trashcan has turned back like a prodigal son like he did in the past and started to settle down. This is a good thing. Have you dealt with the gray space? I'm dealing with it. When it comes to the gray space, Wayne is no longer sleepy and said with full energy, I will find a way to divide the gray space to ensure that the high-level officials of the Ministry of Magic can communicate with the 4 elements when holding the ancient silver coins, but the royal family can forget about activating the divine blood. Those information will be handled separately. Austin nodded. The sooner it is dealt with, the sooner it will be at ease, lest the Queen has any extra ideas, and he doesn't want to really do anything to the Queen. Speaking of the high-level officials of the Ministry of Magic, I have discussed with the Queen. The previous personnel are no longer suitable and need to be rearranged. Austin took out a list from his arms, and Wayne took it and took a look. In the Deputy Ministers column, because Anik and Siati announced their disappearance, 2 positions were vacant, and the original Deputy Minister Yvette was still in office. This is what Austin meant. He has a good impression of Yvette, and the latter has taken good care of him. Herman's approach is the same. He still serves as the leader of the Holy Light Knights and is stationed at St. George's Church in Windsor Castle. These 2 are legendary wizards who are loyal to the royal family. If another new king takes the throne, even if he does not kill them, he will keep the remnants away from the center of power. Austin did not do this and allowed them to retain their original positions. Perhaps this is why the Queen decided to test it? Sophia, he still loves me. Planck did not attend the banquet, and he had cut off ties with the Tulip family before, at least on the surface he did not participate. Austin glanced at Wayne, and seeing that the latter was concentrating on the list, he continued, Planck is still the director of the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum. No merit, no reward, no mistake, no punishment. Bedford and Bonn were controlled by a mysterious person and participated in the kidnapping of the Queen. Whether they were willing or not, they did it and must be punished. Bond's research project was stopped, and the information on the Star Beast on hand has been sent to the Ministry of Magic headquarters. Austin said expressionlessly, Bedford does not have a part-time job in the Ministry of Magic. His punishment is to nationalize the Bedford shipyard. Due to procedural issues, the Landau family will temporarily manage the shipyard on his behalf. Tisk tisk, power is really useful, much better than magic. Wayne nodded repeatedly. This is why he wanted to be a rich second generation. He should have done so long ago. Celeste has been transferred back to Lendham. He will be in charge of the fog in the future to prevent the fog from running wild at night and giving birth to uncontrolled magical life. Austin continued. Celeste was corrupted by Wayne. In name, he is the princess's teacher and the liaison between the royal family and the church. In fact, he has become Wayne's dependent. Arranging him to take care of the fog will not cause any trouble. Unless Wayne is crazy. In addition, the identity of the mysterious man has been investigated. Frank Turner is the Tulip family's expert in hell studies. I suspected him before, but it was left unresolved because of the Queen. When he said this, Austin couldn't help shaking his head. Frank contributed a lot to the loss of power of the royal family. In the end, it was the Queen's own fault. As for the person behind Frank, or Frank's ally, the other party's identity has not been found, there is no clue, and there is no trace of him. Austin looked solemn. Whenever he thought of a powerful conspirator hiding in the dark, and it was very likely to come from hell, he couldn't help but feel upset. Frank, who was hiding in the dark, was exposed, the Landau family was exposed, the royal family was exposed, but this person hid until the end. Rightward arrow. Wayne was also completely in the dark. The other party hid too deeply. Who would have thought that Frank was just a chess piece of the other party? It was precisely because of this person that the Queen must exist and be responsible for the output in the front. He thought for a while and said, I want to copy Frank's Hell Research Project and Bond's Star Beast Project. I want to build a new base for me. I also want to study the gray space. Have you found anything? I have a little guess. Wayne raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice, the fallen god seems to be a dragon. Aunt May's birth may be related to the gray space. If you don't want her to encounter any accidents, I advise you to investigate carefully. Austin. Next time this happens, please talk to him alone, not in the soundproof barrier, Megan can hear it. There was no sound outside the house, and Megan seemed to have heard nothing. Wayne cast an encouraging look, for Aunt May, you will definitely investigate it clearly, right? Speaking of this fallen dragon, Wayne first thought of Dragonheart Island. The Knights of the Sun Goddess broke into the Dragon Kingdom and talked to the dragon about some heartfelt words. The dragon fell, and its heart fell on Dragonheart Island. The collapsed kingdom of God was torn into pieces and slowly dissipated in the void. Because it was close, a part of the grey space overlapped with the space where London was, creating a thick fog that would cover the entire city every night. It was reasonable and logical, and there was nothing wrong with it. In the absence of a correct answer, Detective Wayne announced that the case was solved. He even made up a reason for the law of death in the grey space. The dragon had strong vitality and did not die for a while after losing its heart. When its life was about to wither, it took the initiative to contact the law of death, hoping to prolong its life. Then it died. As for how many points of death it was, 5 points or 10 points, and whether it could be resurrected, Wayne could not make a conclusion, and commissioned the Dark Knight to continue the investigation. Austin, you don't want your secretary, lover, housekeeper, and little wife who you raised to become the container of the dragon's reincarnation, right? Austin frowned. Wayne's guess was indeed possible. When the Ministry of Magic created Megan, there were indeed many inexplicable coincidences. And there was only one Megan, and all subsequent artificial dragon plans failed. Today is different from the past. Megan has become the mount of the Dark Knight, and she has evolved into a black dragon and has been labeled as the Dark Goddess. The dragon was killed by the Knights of the Sun Goddess. Even if it has ideas, it dare not do it to the Dark Goddess. Austin was halfway through his words, trying to comfort Megan outside the door. As he spoke, he became nervous. Just in case, he should investigate. He thought of another possibility: the grey space is related to the dragon. Will it affect Sci-fi and Veronica? It's hard to say. Maybe it affects their IQ. Wayne complained in his heart. As dragon blood, Senna's IQ is very high. When she first met her teacher Sci-fi, she was indeed a strong woman. Later, she inhaled too much smog and gradually became less smart. It's possible. If this is the case, the dragon blood in Sci-fi and Veronica must be dealt with in the near future. Not only must the curse be dealt with, but also the hidden dangers of smog on them must be wiped off. The two trash cans looked at each other and set the time for the operation. Will there be any problem? I will guarantee success even if I try my best, Wayne gritted his teeth. Austin nodded and pointed to the vacant position on the list of the Ministry of Magic and said, there are still 2 deputy ministers missing. I will serve as one of them. As for the other one, do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? The legendary wizards I know are all from the church, not suitable. Wayne was thinking seriously and found that Austin's eyes were strange. He immediately said, why, do you want me to be the last deputy minister? Someone has to help me share the pressure, Austin gritted his teeth. Wayne smiled embarrassedly and shirked responsibility, saying, it's not good. I'm still a child. I have no culture and no ability. I'm in a high position at a young age. What will others think? They will spread rumors behind your back that you slept with the queen. You have a backer. That's right, what culture is needed, just know how to laugh. Wayne thought for a moment, and it was not impossible for him to be the deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic. It just so happened that he had to study the 2 major courses of Hell and Void. It was too troublesome to transfer work through Austin every time. What if Austin is accompanying the Queen on a night run, and he suddenly comes to disturb her? It will only make everyone embarrassed. With the position of deputy minister, he can do it himself, especially the warehouse fire that has been repeatedly banned. He wanted to adapt to the local customs a long time ago. Okay, we are father and son, and I will help you share the pressure. Wayne patted his chest for justice and changed the subject, but let me be honest, you know me, I am not good at anything, and I eat everything. If there are frequent fires in the Ministry of Magic in the future, don't blame me for being too ugly. No, the Queen also set fires before, and no one would stand up to say that the Queen was wrong. Austin sighed again. Until now, I still can't figure out why the country has become like this. This is simple, I know. Wayne raised his hand and said, it all started one night in March last year. At that time, I was cooking potato dishes in the detective agency, and a magical girl walked in. Bang bang bang. Wayne was just planning to write 3,000 to 5,000 words for this plot when there was a knock on the study door. Megan pushed the door open and walked in, saying expressionlessly, Master, there's a call for you. Your lover wants to see you. Who is it specifically? The High Priestess of the Moonlight Church, Philomena Ursula, has something important to discuss with you. She's at the Moonlight Church base. I hope you can get there as soon as possible. Why did they call Landau Manor in broad daylight? Can't they wait until night? Wayne touched his chin and said to Austin, the deputy minister wants to discuss the division of faith in Windsor with the high priest of the Moonlight Church. Come here first today. If there is any emergency, you can contact FLA, he knows where I am. Moonlight Church Base. The expanded Moonlight Church Base is incomparable in scale with the previous one. The 4 moon phases representing the dark moon, the waning moon, the new moon, and the full moon are suspended in the sky, illuminating the dark night sky like daylight. The holy moonlight gently brushed past like a ribbon. The 4 moon phases corresponded to 4 cathedrals. The 2 mountains were separated by a waterfall. The deep pool at the source was calm and peaceful, reflecting the 4 moon phases in the sky. In the middle of the 4 hazy water moons, that is, in the center of the deep pool, a white cathedral-style building stood on the water. This cathedral is the administrative center of the Windsor Division of the Moonlight Church, the headquarters of London, and the office building of the High Priest Philomena. It has been built for some time, and Wayne has been here very few times. No other reason, it's dazzling. There are too many moon phases. The holiness is really holy, and the light pollution is really serious. Wayne once suggested that cold light is not as good as warm light, but Philomena ignored him and commented that he did not understand faith at all. When he came to the office building again today, Wayne saw 4 high-ranking priests outside the high priest's office on the top floor. The high-level people of the Moonlight Church were all there, which made him curious about what happened. The 4 priests knew the identities of Wayne and Philomena more or less. When they saw him push the door and walk in, they wanted to say something, but they chose to remain silent because of their status as outsiders. In the office, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the entire base. There was a virtual shadow of the moon phase above and a water mirror moon shadow below. The light pollution was still serious. Philomena and Chris stood in front of the desk with a solemn look. When they saw Wayne coming, their faces were a little strange. An important guest came to the church today, the Moonlight Knight Delane. She asked to see her heir by name, which made Philomena confused. Then I learned that the successor of Moonlight Knight is named Wayne. A bolt from the blue. Philomena saw Wayne hugging his sister and smiling like a brother, and she was sick. As Moonlight Knight, Delane was a calm, indifferent, and cold iceberg in Philomena's imagination, so it was impossible for him to talk nonsense. She said that Wayne was the chosen successor, and Wayne could only be. I slept with the future chosen knight. X2. Then Chris, who was named by Delane to meet, also learned the truth. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. She should be happy that the person next to her was the chosen knight, but she was very sad that such an important thing was not shared with her. Delane wore a white suit, her long silver hair was combed into a bunch, and she sat on the high priest's chair expressionlessly. She was noble, cold, elegant, and strong, and lived up to the rumors that she was an iceberg beauty. As long as she opened her mouth, the rumors would be broken. At this time, Delane was looking at the two beauties in front of him, feeling that the church was full of talents, and even a division had a good reserve of beautiful women. Unfortunately, the two of them couldn't take back the knight's successor, and finally had to rely on her to win it back by playing cards. Speaking of playing cards, I couldn't help but feel a little itchy. At this time, Wayne walked in and was slightly stunned when he saw the configuration in the house. "Sorry, I went to the wrong place. I thought this was the natural church." As she said that, she turned around and was about to leave, and she politely closed the door. Delane came behind Wayne like teleporting, grabbed the back of the collar and pressed him back. She raised her hand to press the door, approached Wayne like a wall dong, and grinned, "My successor, you are still thinking about the natural church when you come to my territory. Haha, it seems that I need to deal with you today. Brother, you smell so good. Sir Knight, please smell it, the Moonlight Church is not like this." X2. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Delane opened her mouth, Philomena and Chris saw the shadow of Wayne in her, and suddenly felt that this couple was a good match. Wait, why do I think they are a couple? X2. The two shook their heads repeatedly, dispelling the strange thoughts in their minds. Moonlight Knight is pure and innocent and doesn't like men, and Wayne, oh no, they are really a couple. X2. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 317. In the office, there were 3 women and 1 man, and the sound of banging was endless. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Since they are the chosen knights, it is conceivable that they are playing cards. The disparity in status meant that the card partner of the god's chosen knight could only be the god's chosen knight, or at worst, a saint in the legendary mage realm. The status of the high priest of Philomena's division is not enough, and the realm of the legendary mage can barely touch the card table. It is reasonable for her to be responsible for accompanying the leader to play cards. The appearance of Chris. It can only be said that Delane did it on purpose. She knew that Philomena and Chris were in a teacher-student relationship. She also knew that both teacher and student had dedicated their lives to the church. She also knew that the teacher and student were in the same car and coin system, unified weights and measures. These are not the key. The key is that teachers and students themselves do not know this. Therefore, Delane forced a table of cards, not for the purpose of playing cards, but for Wayne's enjoyment. As a knight, she is humble, honorable, just, compassionate, honest, and brave. She has dedicated her life to maintaining world peace. She has sacrificed so much. Isn't it too much to have some fun with the air? Delane doesn't think it's too much. However, after losing 3 games in a row, the nature changed. Delane forgot to have fun with Wayne. She only knew that if she didn't win, she would become the fun. At this time, Delane had lost 9 games in a row. With a strong competitive spirit, she had won 2 out of 3 games at the beginning and now had 10 wins in 19 games. She had no way out. I lost all my chips in the 5th game. In the 6th and 7th games, I lost the chips of Philomena and Chris through shamelessness. In the 8th game, I lost to Byakuya Sadagoto. It's the 9th game now. If she loses this game again, she will have to play with Wayne all night tonight. Delane looked solemn as he held the cards in his hand. Every choice must be carefully considered, as if he was engaged in a life and death showdown. Hey, have you thought about whether to follow or not? I'm waiting for you. Wayne's impatient voice came from behind the chips. Practice as much as you can. Don't waste everyone's time here, whining like a bitch. Asshole, who are you calling a pussy? When Delane heard this, he was furious and tore the cards in his hand into powder. Under the expressionless gazes of Philomena and Chris, he lifted the card table to the ceiling with a bang. It's Philomena's very large desk, about 1.5 m x 2 m, the kind that can accommodate 2 people. At this time, it is firmly inserted into the ceiling and hangs very peacefully. Chips were flying in the sky, revealing Wayne's face that he had known this for a long time. He shrugged and looked at Philomena with a half smile. Sorry, he won the bet. If you don't mind, he will keep the bet and go home to do some physical and mental exercises with his sister tonight. Philomena felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly. She turned her head and looked away. There was something strange about the bet. She didn't even know what Wayne was talking about. Chrissy. The number of dogs and men in this office is a little too high. Damn it, the high priest eats young grass, the divine knight is a rotten gambler. When did the church become like this? You brat, let's just play cards and make personal attacks. Can't you afford to lose? Delian was thick-skinned, his face was not red, and he was out of breath. He said, you know that I have a straightforward personality and deliberately use words to anger me. When I can't bear it anymore and overturn the table, I won't keep winning, right? Have you ever won? I'm about to win. Delian Teng's face turned red. There was nothing else she could say except her poker skills. They argued that they were not acclimatized, local poker bullied honest people, and their poker luck was still jet-lagged. Then came Wayne cheating, Philomena giving up, and Chrissy not knowing how to play. The excuses to shirk responsibility made Wayne scream. Posture, the office is filled with happy air. Philomena and Chris couldn't be happy. The former was thinking about Wayne and his sister Russ, and the latter was thinking about Wayne and his teacher Russ. Their slender necks couldn't support their heavy foreheads, so they lowered their heads and fell into silence. Otherwise, what should they say? The church next door is showing a slight decline in its take-all, but our knights can't afford to lose and flip the table to show off their style. So shabby. Only Wayne dares to stay in the happy atmosphere. Others don't. He knows Delian's character. He can't afford to lose, and he will never use violence against his fellow poker players after losing, nor will he resort to violence just to win. Cheating with abilities. As long as he can accept the setting of flipping the table, Delian still has some brand. Wayne was right. With a wave of his hand, Delian pulled down the desk from the ceiling and rearranged it. After sitting down, he regained his cold expression as an iceberg beauty, pretending that nothing had happened. She didn't care about Wayne disrupting the order of the card table with his offhand moves, and hoped that other people would be as calm and rational as she was and stop worrying about it. Don't dare. X2. Wayne wanted to say something more, but Delian spoke before him. Wayne, why didn't the gods summon Bayeginyan these days? I once told you to practice hard. Are you lazy? Rather than being lazy, Delian was more afraid of 2 guys who couldn't afford to lose, Mula and Leo, secretly seducing her heir. Wayne didn't use Bayeginyan during this period because he was too busy practicing elemental mantra and dawn proverb. Shadow Nightmare, W. I summoned it a few days ago, but it didn't work. Wayne looked at Philomena and said to Chris, I originally wanted to give you a surprise and transform into the Moon Knight in person, but who would have thought that the Knight's artifact will never come out? Then he picked up Bayeginyan and said to Delian, if I guessed correctly, you must have exported Bayeginyan again. How is it possible? I just asked Mura and Leo to take care of it. How can you say you lost the matter of the chosen knight? It's back again. You must have flipped the table, just like you did just now. Just now. Delian sneered and said shamelessly, who knows, who saw it, what are you talking about in your sleep, do you have any witnesses? Wayne really didn't have any witnesses. This is the headquarters of the Moonlight Church. For the glory of the chosen knight, Philomena and Chris must speak against their conscience. Knights can do without honor, but believers can't. Whether it's debate or whitewashing, the Moonlight Knight Delian must be an iceberg beauty. Philomena rubbed her temples with a headache. She had reason to suspect that she was deceived. The high level of the church headquarters knew the true face of the Moonlight Knight and made up a lie for face. Especially the sentence, "You can watch from a distance but not approach. Anyone who gets close will be frozen to death," which is most likely to deceive a young and ignorant girl like her. If you don't want to die, stay away from the chosen knights. If you get too close to the knights, you will be exposed. Square root. Philomena hated herself for being too young and believing the lies of those high-level people. The facts were in front of her. Wayne was right. The Moonlight Knight was addicted to playing cards. He would overturn the table when he couldn't afford to lose, and he often used artifacts as bets. There are actually 3 such chosen knights. Is there anything more outrageous in the world? There really is. The 3 chosen knights are all from the Life Alliance. Philomena patted her chest, wondering why her winning bet failed miserably. Could it be true that, as Wayne said, the goddesses are also card players, and the knights play cards to cater to their hobbies? X2. Life is not easy, the high priest sighed. Found that there were 2 sounds, and looked at Chris in confusion. He didn't understand why the student sighed. After thinking about it, he should be upset for his own knight. "Teacher, you are too naive." Chris saw through Philomena's thoughts at a glance, and secretly said that she was naive. In this materialistic society, there are not many old women as pure as Philomena. I hope she can keep it. Chris has experienced all kinds of operations by the scumbag, and the twists and turns of the trio against Senna. She is no longer the innocent senior sister. She guessed that Wayne and Philomena had an affair, and Philomena was kept in the dark and knew nothing. She really thought that love was single-minded. It's so funny, it's not that simple. In addition to single-mindedness, Wayne's love is also monogamous and lifelong. Have you seen Moonlight Knight? This is exactly the same. Thinking of this, Chris couldn't help rolling her eyes. Philomena was confused and didn't understand why the student rolled her eyes at her. Judging from the posture, there was a little pride in looking down on her. What's there to be proud of? Delane saw the changes in their expressions and secretly thought it was interesting. She crossed her fingers on the desk and said slowly, "Wayne, what have you been doing during this period of time when you haven't practiced?" "Rebellion." The answer was unexpected. Delane thought Wayne would say that he was busy, and then she would have the opportunity to change the topic to picking up girls. What does rebellion mean, literally? Some time ago, Windsor declared war on Prussia, and the royal family carried out a centralized rectification against the Tulip family that protected the royal family. Bala bala, yaaaaaaaaa. Now my father works in Buckingham Palace. When he completes the centralization of power in this life and completely undermines the royal family, when I become the head of the family, I can transfer the house title of Buckingham Palace and become the new King of Windsor. X2. Chris was shocked. Wayne didn't tell her about such a big thing as the Queen. Was it a surprise or was there another candidate? Delane was dumbfounded. A rich young master from a noble family spent so much money. Being a prince and a king, wouldn't it be like going to heaven? Can your body bear it? Don't be unable to even draw a bow. Philomena suddenly realized that it was no wonder that there was no movement after that night. It turned out to be this arrangement. Who is the Queen? Is she Wayne's sister in the Landau family? So it's a rebellion, that's really busy. Delane didn't know much about rebellion, which involved a blind spot in knowledge. He decisively changed the topic and entered the familiar track, going all out to find the place where he lost the card game. "Wayne, I remember you said before that the magician who led you to the path of magic at the beginning came from our Moonlight Church, and was later intercepted by the Natural Church." Wayne didn't say anything. When he saw the configuration of Philomena and Chris when he entered the door, he knew that Delane had no good intentions. To be ashamed, because he was too bad, he was not panicked at all. Delane should not be complacent yet. Today is destined to be a waste of time and you won't see the fun you want. Seeing Wayne pretending to be calm, Delane sneered, "Wayne, as the heir of Moonlight Night, I have to remind you to pay attention to your private life. You represent not only yourself, but also the church and the goddess. Your every word and action is watched by countless eyes. Do you understand?" "I understand the truth, but is it appropriate for you to say these words?" Wayne complained. "Don't talk back. Don't quibble." Delane glanced at Philomena and Chris. "You also said that in order to snatch you from the Church of Nature, 2 female magicians of the Moonlight Church sacrificed their purity to tie you up, right?" 2. X2. Chris tilted her head slightly. 2 are so few that she would wake up with laughter in her dreams. Philomena raised her head in surprise, and subconsciously looked at Chris, who was summoned by Delane's name. She was about to ask something, but she found that Chris looked calm and not panicked at all. The little girl was calm, but as a teacher, she didn't notice the surprise. "To hold on, maybe Moon Knight is talking nonsense." "I told you." Wayne sighed and shook his head, and took the initiative to admit his mistake. "They are both good women. I coveted their beauty, so I hid from each other and deceived them." Bang. "Wayne, our Moonlight Church has lost all face by you," Delane accused loudly. "It's all lost, but that person is not me. She is in this room." "I hope she has some idea," Wayne said speechlessly. Calling him a scumbag, he admitted, that was the fact. It was too unfair to call him a scumbag. At the very least, he wouldn't turn over the table if he lost at cards, let alone mortgage the artifact. "Haha, I still want to quibble even now. Today I will make the decision and let the victim stand up and say a few words." Delayan waved his hand and pointed at the 2 victims, asking them to speak freely and express their grievances. Chris rolled her eyes at Wayne and said, "Sir Knight, I have no grievances. I failed to protect the future of the Moonlight Church's divinely chosen knights. I failed in my duty first. Even if I have any grievances, it is all my own fault. Just pet him. Sooner or later you will bury yourself in it." Delane secretly said that she was bored, and turned to look at Philomena. She had a very good eye for judging people, and she could tell at a glance that Philomena was arrogant and a very possessive woman. Chris could tolerate it, but Philomena could not bear it. Lamina definitely couldn't bear it. "Quick, give Wayne some color." Under Delane's expectant gaze, Philomena just snorted lightly, and then said nothing. "No, can you bear this?" Delayan's eyes widened, and he pointed at Wayne and said, "This bastard wants to have you 2 at the same time. Why don't you speak up? Tell me everything, and I will help you make the decision. Chrissy, you are an outsider. Philomena, how can things at home make you laugh?" Wayne looked at the 2 sensible wings with a moved expression. Home is home, and outside is outside. Helping him maintain his dignity in front of outsiders, this is the style of a big woman. To reiterate the old saying, no matter whether they committed a major sin of destroying the world in their previous life, meeting him in this life will be considered as repayment. After all his good words, Delayan patted his chest and promised to make the decision for the 2 of them. However, nothing came of it. He sat back down in disbelief and said inexplicably, "What are you 2 thinking? When I leave, he will only become more arrogant. Then no one will make the decision for you." Philomena said quietly, "Lord Delane, Wayne is the successor of the knight chosen by the goddess. As a member of the church, it is my honor to serve the Moonlight Knight. I am not qualified to refute the goddess's choice." The sour sentence was full of resentment. Delane hesitated and said confusedly, "What do you mean? You said that I am against the goddess." "No, I'm here to help you. Why are you so angry with me? Just because I opened the skylight and spoke openly, you won't be able to sneak around in private in the future? Bah, how did the church become like this? Delane secretly thought that it was boring and had no meaning at all. He waved his hand and asked to continue playing cards. While Wayne was packing up his chips, he asked, "When you talked about rebellion just now, you mentioned Anastasia. Why, she came to London too." Wayne picked up the chips on the ground and redistributed them, and said, "The Dark Church is preparing to vigorously develop its congregation in Windsor. Like the Moonlight Church, it chose London as the branch headquarters. Anastasia is the saint of the Dark Church. She did this, I guess it was arranged by the church headquarters, or it was the intention of the Dark Goddess. Not necessarily. I remember that during that time, you two got along day and night. She should have come to find you." Delane tried to throw dirty water. Wayne rolled his eyes, knowing that Delane would take the opportunity to frame him. Although it was true, how could you unjustly accuse a good person without any evidence? He retorted calmly, "It's impossible. Anastasia is a saint of the Dark Church. She must remain pure no matter what the reason." Delane curled his lips and saw that Wayne was unmoved. He turned to look at the two victims and said earnestly, "Anastasia is the most outstanding saint of the Dark Church. Regardless of her character or appearance, she is the best in the world. She is the best among all saints. You must be careful. As long as she takes action, Wayne will not be able to escape the clutches of darkness." Philomena and Chris frowned at the same time. Listening to the meaning of Moonlight Knight's words, they seemed to admire the saint of the Dark Church. It shouldn't be. Light and darkness are at odds with each other. Why is Moon Knight so generous in praising his enemies? Is there anything behind this? The two of them looked at Wayne at the same time, and Wayne shook his head slightly. "If you have any questions, please take your time tonight." The three of them looked at each other with each other's eyes. Delane was not in the atmosphere and slammed the table. "What are you doing? Are you trying to exchange passwords? No wonder I kept losing just now. You cheated." With that said, she wanted to call Anastasia over. In the whole of London, she only believed in Anastasia's character. The camera turned and came to the high priest's manor. Twin bodyguards were guarding the door. There were 4 women and 1 man in the house, and the sound of banging could be heard all the time. Since they are the chosen knights, it is conceivable that they are playing cards. Under Delane's strong request, Anastasia had to rush to the card game. The moment the saint of the Dark Church revealed her true face, Chris raised her hands to cover her face. "Such a beautiful lady, how come these old women are more beautiful than the other? To put it another way, you are already old, why are you so beautiful? Are you really leaving no way for young people to survive?" Anastasia's appearance adds a lot of beauty to the room, but in terms of appearance, she is in the same league as Philomena. The twins have a double blessing, and she is in the same echelon as Chrissy, Delane. Because he has a mouth, Wayne ranked him last. After several rounds of card games, the table in the high priest's house was also raised to the ceiling. Delane threw away his cards, saying that it was no fun at all, looked at the sky outside, and asked Wayne Lundam about the local food. "There are 2 pure-blooded cuisines, potatoes and French cuisine." "Then let's have French food." Delane looked at Wayne happily. "I heard that you are not a prince now, but you are no different from a prince. Can you arrange for me to have dinner at Buckingham Palace tonight? Generally speaking, it's not allowed. Austin will go crazy, but considering Delane's status as Moon Knight, she is eligible to visit Buckingham Palace regardless of whether there is a change of dynasty or not. It's easy to say. I'll do whatever you tell me." Wayne said it was not a big problem and extended invitations to the remaining 3 beauties. As expected, they all rejected him. Anastasia had cramps in her calves when she saw Wayne, and just wanted to escape as soon as possible. Philomena and Chrissy were depressed, and the delicious food could not attract their interest. After Anastasia took the first step and Wayne and Delane went to Buckingham Palace, the teacher and student sat opposite each other on the sofa in the living room, staring at each other, and the air was dead silent. "Chris, how could you treat the teacher's boyfriend? I came first. It's not a matter of first come, first served, but it's really not a matter of first come, first served, but that the person never left after he came. I I don't blame you, he is so good at lying to women. How come you are so skilled?" Every time Philomena made an attack, she was defused by Chris with quick answers. This shocked Philomena to the point where she was actually outcompeted by her own students. "Teacher, do you think I'm very skilled?" Chrissy spoke quietly, causing Philomena to tremble. "You all know this, you can't read minds, right?" "Teacher, I don't have the ability to read minds. It's because you have experienced too few emotions. When you mature like me, you will be able to predict the future," Chris warned as a person who has experienced this. "Well, I'm afraid this is difficult. I don't plan to experience too many men. One is enough." Philomena subconsciously assumed the role of a student and humbly accepted the guidance of her senior teachers. "You are still too young. Who told you that if you only experience one man, there will be no complicated emotional disputes?" Chris picked up the black tea and blew the hot air slightly. "Ah, Teacher Chris, I don't understand what you are talking about." Philomena looked confused, feeling that she might be really old and couldn't keep up with the pace of today's young people. "Teacher, let's make a bet." When Philomena heard about the bet, she immediately became vigilant. The bet with Wayne cost her the title of princess and queen. If she continued to lose, she might have to wear a maid outfit. "Teacher, what do you think of the saint of the dark church just now, Ms. Anastasia? What are you asking her for? Just tell me whether it's beautiful or not." "A bit pretty." "Then what do you think her relationship is with Wayne?" Chris asked. "Chris, you are overthinking. She is a saint of the dark church. Rather than doubting her, it is better to doubt Lord Delane." Philomena waved her hands repeatedly. "The saint must remain pure when it comes to the goddess." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "Then teacher, do you dare to bet with me?" "Chris, the teacher doesn't want to bully you," Philomena said seriously, "but since you insist on making this bet, I will reluctantly agree to it." "Tell me, what is the bet?" "Teacher, like me, cannot quit voluntarily." "You don't need to deny it. I have seen too many similar examples." Chrissy was so mature that it was heartbreaking, and she said faintly, "If I win, you have to listen to me in this family from now on. On the contrary, if you win, I will help you deal with other people." "Wait, did you mean the other person, is Wayne's sister Veronica?" "It's not my sister," Veronica picked her up. "No, it's just my sister." "Teacher, where did you hear this gossip? It's not reliable at first glance." "No way, Austin Landau said it himself." X2. "It's a bit messy, let me sort it out first." X2. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 318. Buckingham Palace. At 8 p.m., Wayne and Elaine finished their meal in the palace and drove away with the cold beauty. Queen Sophia was away, so they ate and lived at the Ministry of Magic headquarters during this period. The handover of power also helped Austin to efficiently manage a chaotic country. The handover process should have taken place at Buckingham Palace, but Austin insisted on choosing the Ministry of Magic headquarters to avoid suspicion. To be honest, there is little point in avoiding suspicion. The little thing between the Queen and Austin is known to all the nobles in London. Still avoiding suspicion, it is obvious that the palace is tired of it and went to the Ministry of Magic headquarters to open up a new battlefield. Austin has always been lying down to these rumors. He has seen all kinds of scenes. When the rumors spread that Wayne was his illegitimate child, he lay down and didn't refute it hard. When the idea of playing bad came up, he suddenly felt that the world was wide. Austin was upright and fearless. He just regarded the rumors as jokes and laughed them off. He avoided suspicion because he was afraid of 11 Faye's misunderstanding, and at the same time, he also put an end to all Queen Sophia's fantasies. A man is a man, without any personal feelings, and he also hoped that the Queen would not revisit the old things and destroy the last bit of friendship between them for politics. The Queen was not at Buckingham Palace, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. In the past, Wayne could not have a feast in the palace anyway. It's different now. With the sentence of Father Austin, Rendon can go wherever he wants. Not only does he eat in the palace without paying, but he can even sleep with the princess whenever he wants. This is called rebellion. When eating, Delane spoke little, chewed slowly, and tried his best to maintain the persona of an iceberg beauty. Don't say it, really don't say it, when he doesn't speak, the white-haired knight is really nice. Holding the White Knight's words, when he transforms into the Moonlight Knight, Delane will enter the form of a moonlight elf, with silver hair and silver eyes, heroic and valiant, noble and cold temperament, and keep people away from him. In normal state, her appearance is not much different from that of the moonlight elf, still with silver hair and silver eyes. According to her explanation, she has held the White Knight's word for too long, and she has become like this unconsciously. It's good, she likes white very much. Wayne was curious about her real age, but he didn't get an answer when he asked. He guessed that old legendary mages like Senna and Anastasia can only be considered as granddaughters of Delane. Super old aunt. Delane, the seal of the frozen continent, is basically stable. What do you God-chosen knights usually do when you are not stationed in the frozen continent? Wayne asked in the driver's seat. Waiting for the oracle of the goddess. Delane glanced at Wayne. After repelling Togugai, the chaotic space of the frozen continent was alleviated. During this period, she contacted the Moonlight Goddess once to report the battle situation and results. At the same time, she mentioned Wayne, who was chosen by the three gods. The Moonlight Goddess said that Wayne was indeed her choice, and asked Delane to take good care of him, and at the same time increase the efforts to drive out nature and the sun. There are not many Moonlight Goddess myths, and Delane understood it after a little thought. In the past, there was no choice. In order to protect their knights, the three goddesses jointly chose Wayne as a spare tire. At the critical moment, Wayne was sacrificed to save the lives of the three god-chosen knights. Now that Togugai has been repelled, the Moonlight Goddess admires Wayne's talent very much. With the reward or compensation, she appointed him as the next Moonlight Knight. The Moonlight Goddess thought so, and the two goddesses of nature and the sun also thought so, so there was this slightly strange order. Delane felt that the task was very easy. She tested Philomena and Chris. The combination of Big Beauty and Little Beauty is unsolvable. Wayne, who is so sentimental, will definitely not give up on them and tie them to the chariot of the Moonlight Church early. Not to mention that this is safe, but the absolute advantage is mine. I am afraid that the Church of Nature will be shameless. In order to snatch the future Knight of Nature, it will order Sci-fi and Veronica at the same time. The rarity of the mother-daughter combination is higher than that of the teacher-student combination, so it must be prevented. Delane sat in the passenger seat thinking about fun, shaking his head and muttering. Are you thinking about something very rude? Wayne rolled his eyes at the person beside him and continued to ask, what are the goddesses' oracles usually? Knights are fighting factions. The goddess's sharp blade in the world, a destructive weapon against the church, can't let you stay idle all the time. In the past, we had the task of guarding the frozen continent for a long time. Because the seal has been in disrepair for a long time, the shift time is getting shorter and shorter, and we don't receive many oracles from the goddess. I don't know what will happen in the future. Delane did not hide anything. He regarded Wayne as the next Moonlight Knight and familiarized him with the knight's tasks in advance. He said, normally, the god-chosen knights do not intervene in the fights between churches. Knights rarely fight each other. Once we show up, we either clean up the mess or persuade the other side to stop when we see the good. As a strategic weapon against the church, the main function of the God-chosen knights is deterrence. The 5 churches have God-chosen knights, which ensures the long-term stability of the church. Anyone who dares to steal the home must be prepared to change the home. It should be so, but... Delane's expression suddenly became serious. Based on the missions I have carried out before and related to the church, the relationship between goddesses is neither as cold as the rumors outside, nor as close as strategic allies. Changes are always happening. There are some things that Delane, as a Moonlight Knight, cannot say openly. Wayne is the next knight. She hopes that through implicit suggestions, Wayne can better position himself. God's chosen knight, don't get involved in the fight between churches. The churches here only refer to the 5 churches of Life, Alliance and Darkness and Death. The Alliance of Life is not intimate, nor does it have to be a life or death fight with darkness or death. This is Delane's fishing experience accumulated from many years of work. That's not entirely true. Death gradually fades away, and the relationship is very weak, Delane added. In the human world, the alliance of life, darkness, and death are hostile to each other, but in Delane's eyes, the 3 goddesses of nature, sun, and moonlight have always maintained a connection with the goddess of darkness. There used to be the goddess of death, but then they had a complete falling out and lost contact. Even the goddess of death's good friend, the goddess of darkness, the 2 goddesses gradually drifted apart because of this conflict. The specific reason is unknown. Delane doesn't know. This is not something she, a divinely chosen knight, can come into contact with. At least she has to be qualified to know it from a god. So, at the very beginning, in addition to taking turns guarding the seal, our 5 divinely chosen knights also spent the rest of the time protecting the church from the threat of the Holy See. Delane was very convinced that the 5 chosen knights were not deterring each other, but working together to deter the Holy Father. Wayne heard the excitement, his horizons broadened again, and the situation improved again. According to Delane, the gold content of reincarnated angels' golden name is still rising. Unfortunately, the identity of the reincarnated angel is false after all. But the identity of Moon Knight's heir is also fake. Thinking of this, Wayne said casually, Delane, has our goddess mentioned me? Yes, the goddess is very satisfied with you and praises you as an excellent successor. She also told me not to care about the co-election of the 3 gods. Emergency situations are dealt with very carefully. You are the knight chosen by the goddess, you have been before, and you will be in the future. Delane said truthfully. Wayne's heart skipped a beat. He knew his family's affairs. He couldn't be a knight appointed by the Moonlight Goddess. The reason why he could hold by Yejinyan was because of the Book of Greed. Why didn't Moonlight reveal her lie? Did the 2 goddesses of nature and the sun also know about it, and did their choices be the same as the goddess of moonlight? If so, what's the reason? Wayne thought about the complex composition of the Life Alliance, and then thought about his own evolutionary path, and suspected that he was being used as a guinea pig, and that 3 goddesses were already paying attention to him. As for darkness and death, have they also joined the crowd of spectators? Suddenly, Anastasia's figure skipped through Wayne's mind. Has the saint of the Dark Church ever contacted the Dark Goddess? If contacted, who does Anastasia work for now? Questions flashed through Wayne's mind. He was too far away from the goddess to get the answer. Delane knew only a little about it and couldn't get the answer. He had to start with Anastasia. Anastasia. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly talking about her and saying, are you greedy for her body? Delane sneered again and again, don't think nonsense, she is a saint of the Dark Church, she cannot lose her purity, if you really like her, you should keep your distance from her, otherwise she will be miserable. Delane, although what you said makes sense, is this what you should say? Wayne complained, they are all brothers, and they are too lenient. I'm speaking for Philomena and Chris. They are too gentle to you, but I wouldn't be the same. Delane was full of arrogance. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? This kind of thinking is very dangerous and may cause death. You'd better calm down. The topic should not be in depth. Wayne remained silent, fearing that someone would not pay attention. He opened Delane's progress bar and said instead, "Is the Holy See really that scary? I think the Holy See is very honest. Innocent." Delane dismissed it. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 churches all have divinely chosen knights, the Father's Holy See would have unified the faith again, and the papal state would be honest, and there would be no such thing as the divine right of kings. Since Heavenly Father's Holy See is so powerful, how did they fall from the altar? Wayne took the opportunity to ask, "I have checked many documents and materials, and the specific reasons have been blurred. The Heavenly Father Church does not want to say more. Our Moonlight Church and even the Life Alliance have no records. Do you know the reason? It seems that there was a period of Ragnarok in history. All magicians lost their magic power, and faith magic is no exception." Delane did not disappoint Wayne. "She did know some secrets. I don't know the specific time. I became the Moon Knight in the late 17th century, around 1680. Speaking of this, Delane looked at Wayne expressionlessly, who held the steering wheel with both hands and stared at the road ahead, looking like he was concentrating on driving. "Wayne, just pretend you didn't hear what I just said, otherwise I can only use physics to help you lose your memory." Delane patted Wayne on the shoulder and accidentally revealed his approximate age, which made her quite unhappy. Murderous. Wayne wondered, "Delane, what did you just say? What was 1920? It turns out you are only 18 years old this year. Haha, it's better you didn't hear it." Delane was extremely unhappy and stopped the conversation and did not want to say anything more. Wayne heard half of it. He couldn't get up or down, and he couldn't bear it. He struck hard at Delane's weakness and made several card-playing treaties that were humiliating to the country, and then he allowed the other party to continue talking. Rightward arrow. I just forgot to mention that the Moon Knight of the late 17th century was my predecessor. He and I were both teachers and friends, and we were considered friends. Delane patched it up. A friend came out of nowhere. She had a friend, and her friends told her that she herself was not that old. Wayne nodded repeatedly, indicating that what her friend said was right. Delane snorted first, and then continued, "The world once had a period of the end of the law. It was the twilight of the gods and the dark age of the collapse of faith. The Heavenly Father Church could not get in touch with heaven. The Pope became as weak as an old man overnight. All the magicians of the Heavenly Father Church lost their magic power. The powerful thinking regressed, the amazing life essence disappeared, and knowledge became worthless on that day. This is the reason for the decline of the Heavenly Father Church. There was no force to consolidate power. Only empty faith was talked about. No one was willing to pay attention to them. The royal families of various countries took back power one after another, because faith was a good excuse. It was for the royal family's own interests that they did not tear down the cathedral. Not only the Heavenly Father Church, but everyone was the same. The magicians of the Life Alliance lost everything one after another. All the known mysteries, including hell, disappeared. Delane, can you be more specific about the specific time point? Did that friend mention it? Wayne interrupted. I don't know. It might be the 16th century, or even earlier. My friend wasn't born at that time, and she couldn't confirm the exact time. Delane emphasized. Wayne nodded secretly. In the 16th century, he and the literary girl Odelia's investigation happened to be at this time point. If nothing unexpected happened, the gods' chosen continent had experienced a Dharma-ending age in the 15th and 16th centuries. The gods left and there was no magic in the world. Coincidentally, the development of modern science, the Reformation, and the Renaissance were all around this time point. Wayne analyzed the clues. In the God's chosen continent where the gods really exist, technology should not have flourished. It should have been extinguished by the power of the Pope at the moment when there were signs. For example, the pioneer and martyr of modern science, the famous Bruno, had a very unhappy quarrel with the Pope because he insisted on the heliocentric theory, and was then burned to death as a heretic. There was no Bruno in the God's chosen continent. The heliocentric theory originated from the Sun Church. This is off topic. Wayne analyzed the clues. It was precisely because of the Dharma ending age that countries got rid of the absolute rule of the Church. The chosen continent ushered in scientific development. People believed that science was the primary productive force, which led to the current airplanes and cannons. After determining the time of the end of the law and its appearance, Wayne asked, "Deline, did your friend tell you when the end of the law ended?" "I don't know. It seems that the whole world was restarted overnight, and the myth returned." Deline didn't know the exact day. When she became the Moonlight Knight, magicians could practice freely, the Father Church's advantage was no longer the same, the Life Alliance grew, and darkness and death began to revive. In addition, because of the end of the law, the seal of the frozen continent was damaged, and the sleeping Togic slowly woke up. The followers of the ancient gods have excellent sleep quality, and it takes 300 or 400 years to wake up. Although the Church's advantage is gone, heaven has always existed. During that period, angels frequently reincarnated, and they were ready to eradicate all pagans in one go. The chosen knights may have appeared at this time, Deline concluded. Wayne nodded as he listened, and understood why all churches refused to mention this past event. Let's take the example of the Church of the Heavenly Father. In the Bible, the Heavenly Father is omniscient, omnipotent, and almighty. As a result, the Ragnarok of the gods caused the Heavenly Father to lose contact, and the angels also disappeared. To be honest, eating the book and the setting, isn't this a slap in the face of the Heavenly Father? The same is true for the beliefs of the 5 goddesses. The goddesses also have to save face. It is more appropriate to bury this unpleasant memory in history. In addition, the 5 goddesses are not weak. The failure of the seal of the frozen continent originated from the Dharma ending age, otherwise Togigai would have been sleeping forever. The more you know, the more you don't know. A new question is, how did the Ragnarok of the gods and the Dharma ending age come about? Was it the work of the ancient gods, or was it because the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind were limited, and there were too many strong people in the world at that time, and they drained the gods' chosen continent, causing the gods' chosen continent to fall into the sage time? After recuperating for a period of time, is it full of energy again? Wayne asked these questions, but Deline knew nothing. My friend is still young, and these are not what he should know. Do Mr. Mura and Mr. Leo know? They are not that old. Deline shrugged. As far as I know, ahem, as far as my friend knows, the oldest existing god-chosen knight is the Death Knight. The one in the Paris underground tomb is not a new knight active in London. Death Knight? Wayne murmured, his heart was scratched by the cat's claws, and he was curious. He wanted to rush to Paris to find the Headless Knight to talk about $10. Unfortunately, he couldn't talk. There were a lot of demons over there, and the Headless Knight's head was taken off and kicked like a ball. He could only go there to be considered a small gift but a big sentiment. The Death Knight of London is very interesting. He also participated in the rebellion of your family. Do you know who he is? Deline asked. I don't know, I haven't seen him. Wayne shrugged. To be honest, he had never met the Death Knight of London. He skillfully shifted the blame and said, however, I heard that he has settled down in the big cemetery in the West District, and has been sleeping all the time, and only goes out occasionally. His willingness to help the Landau family has something to do with the Church of Death, or perhaps it is the oracle of the goddess of death. Don't panic, I'm just a little interested, and I don't intend to kill your family's meritorious officials. Deline looked at Wayne and said cheerfully, It's you who should be worried. You and Lundan's Death Knight are in the same era. There will definitely be times when we fight against each other in the future. Do your best and don't embarrass me. You say this as if you can defeat the Headless Horseman. Wayne rolled his eyes and ignored the fun man. Delane continued to laugh. Lundan is blessed. The new Death and Darkness have chosen this place as their base camp, and the Moon Knight is also here. You have joined forces to oust the Windsor royal family. You will definitely be in the future. A conflict broke out. Delane didn't mind watching the excitement. Seeing that Wayne ignored him, he frowned and looked out the window. You have detoured 3 times on this road. If you continue to detour, I will get lost. Send me back quickly. I want to play cards. Moonlight Church Library? No, Philomena's house. You are not allowed to interact tonight. You all sit down and play cards with me. Then I won't go and save billions in one night, thank you. Why not date a dragon girl, Twin Tails, or secretary? Aren't they delicious? Wayne sighed. Delane, I'm very happy to be able to play cards with you. To be honest, since I left the frozen continent, I have dreamed of playing cards with you several times. Haha, stop talking nonsense. Why don't you play cards with me tonight? Busy at work. Wayne hesitated. You have also seen that the Landau family's rebellion was successful. I can invite you to dinner at Buckingham Palace with just one phone call. I am now also the Deputy Minister of Magic. If the family needs me to work overtime, I have to go to the Ministry of Magic to do research. What are you studying? I'll go over and take a look. Delane refused and insisted on dragging Wayne to play cards with him. Inappropriate. After all, you are the Moon Knight, and you are a hostile force to the Ministry of Magic in Windsor. Is Windsor worthy? Makes sense. You are also a Moon Knight. You can go, but I can't. It makes so much sense. When Delane wasn't playing cards, her IQ was on the line. She didn't want to be deceived, and Wayne couldn't deceive her at all. She had given up her words and had no choice but to take people to the Ministry of Magic headquarters. The headquarters of the Ministry of Magic is located in the West End, not far from Buckingham Palace. It covers a large area and has several entrances and exits guarded by dedicated personnel. The guards are very strict day and night. Especially after the Douglas Rebellion and the night when the Landau family took over the throne, the defense specifications were doubled, and outsiders must make a reservation in advance to enter. Exceptions are made for members of the royal family. The Ministry of Magic member guarding the door knew whether Wayne was a member of the royal family. He asked Delane about his identity according to the procedure and got an answer from a new secretary. As expected of a prince, the secretary is so beautiful. XN. Noticing the strange look in the guard's eyes, Delane shook his head repeatedly. The heir's private life was too messy, and he had never seen such a loose waistband of the chosen knight. The goddess was a little too hasty. Delane has no right to say who the goddess chooses to be a knight. The rice has already been cooked. She only needs to follow the goddess's oracle and not let Wayne eat from nature and the sun. The car made one lap around the Ministry of Magic headquarters, and then a second lap. During the third round, Delane sneered, "Why, the deputy minister can't find his office. You saw through it again." Wayne shrugged, "I know where my office is, but the Landau family is famous for their filial piety. It's late at night, and I'm debating whether to pay my respects to my father. What's there to worry about? Just go over there. You don't understand. My father, Austin, is the Queen's ex-boyfriend. They too, well, their family is unfortunate. That would be so much fun." Delane was immediately interested and encouraged Wayne to go and pay his respects. If something good happened, she would also gain insights. With a look of disgust on his face, Wayne led Delane into the office building that originally belonged to the Queen. Bang! Wayne kicked open the door and saw the two people inside the house sitting upright without any push and pull, and he immediately looked disappointed. Wayne, you. Austin was about to ask a question when he saw the iceberg beauty next to Wayne and was stunned. He pretended not to know and asked curiously, "Who is this lady? Do you have a new love?" Queen Sophia also looked over. Delaine had silver hair and silver eyes. Although there was no magic power fluctuation, she was inseparable from the magician and couldn't help guessing the other party's identity. Dressed in white, a nun sent by Heavenly Father? Tisk tisk, so beautiful. Father, don't talk nonsense. This is Lord Moonlight Knight. He heard that our family has become the new owner of Windsor, so he came all the way to congratulate us. Sophia. Her heart aches so much. She shouldn't work overtime tonight. It would be better to rest at Buckingham Palace. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 319. Knowing that the woman beside Wayne was Moonlight Knight Delaine, Queen Sophia's smile froze, and her mood, which had improved slightly recently, sank to the bottom of the Thame River again. Grief, helplessness, despair, confusion. Endless pressure came from all directions. She was not so sad when her husband died. After all, she was a mature politician. Queen Sophia quickly cheered up, regained her smile and greeted Delaine. Of course, there is a hierarchy, and greetings should be ranked after Austin. Austin. Why did you bring the Moonlight Knight to the Ministry of Magic instead of playing cards at home with him? Are you repeatedly humiliating the Queen and whipping her corpse? Do you know that after you have fun, you can pat your butt and leave, but your father is responsible for cleaning your butt? Austin rolled his eyes at Wayne and bowed to express his welcome to the Moonlight Knight. He came to support the Landau family. He is a guest from afar, and he must not be vague in terms of etiquette. Delaine's identity as the chosen Knight of God is here. The Knight of the Goddess walking in the world has a transcendent status, which is half a head higher than the Pope of the Moonlight Church. He must not be neglected. My Lord Knight, it's getting late. I wonder if you have eaten yet. Austin looked like he had just met Delaine, and asked if he had eaten. Delaine frowned slightly. Although it was the first time he met him, he felt a sense of déjà vu and subconsciously looked at him twice more. Father, don't worry. I have arranged it. My Lord Knight tasted pure French food in Buckingham Palace and was treated as a state banquet. Wayne took 2 steps forward, grabbed Austin's arm, blocked Delaine's sight, and pulled the big trash can aside, muttering softly. There was a pile of unsightly yellow waste on the surface, such as why the adultery failed and when the Queen's third child was born, which was specifically told to Delaine and Sophia. The former was a fun person and liked to listen. Wayne didn't care whether the latter liked it or not. He only knew that the Queen should make an effort, make the skirt shorter, the collar lower, and wear only a pair of white gloves. He had a practical example of inheriting the family tradition of quitting when he saw the good. Never forgetting the original intention and never giving up any opportunity, how could such a person fail? Privately, Wayne and Austin exchanged opinions fiercely. Why is Delaney here? When did you arrive? Just arrived in London today. I went to the Moonlight Church headquarters for this matter. What is she doing in London? How long will she stay in London? I'm still trying to get information. Now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly tell this deputy minister where my office is. The father and son communicated with each other, and on the surface, it was just some gossip. Delaney listened inwardly, thinking it was interesting, and soon put his doubts about Austin behind him. Queen Sophia had a blank expression on her face. It turned out that the chosen knight was dining at Buckingham Palace tonight. It was a good thing that she was not at home tonight because she was working overtime. Otherwise, Wayne would definitely arrange for her, the nominal hostess, to eat and chat with him. Delane, it would be boring for the two of us to have dinner together. Are there any cultural features in the palace? Wayne, yes, I'll ask a girl to come and sing for you. Sophia was very glad that the head of the rebellious family was Austin. If it was Wayne in a few years, who knows what kind of moth he would make. Austin would respect her, but Wayne would definitely not. Especially the multiple attributes of queen and widow and defeated and father's ex-girlfriend, which have a taboo temptation for men of all ages, especially in the vulgar upper class, which noble can withstand such temptation. After a while, Wayne finished chatting with Austin, bowed and left, took Delane to the car and went straight to his office building. The Ministry of Magic covers a huge area, and driving saves? For Wayne, driving doesn't save much time, it's just too troublesome to go back and forth to get the car. Besides, this is not a matter of saving time. He is already a deputy minister, how can a big leader walk on his legs? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The couple in the room are so interesting. I want to watch them for a while. The shelf life of Delane's ice beauty is very short, and her true colors are revealed as soon as she opens her mouth. Be careful when you speak, I respect my father very much, Wayne said seriously. I'm not deaf, I can hear you are trying to induce him to sleep with the queen. Delane said with disgust, you nobles, your thoughts are really dirty. Try not to talk to me in the future. I have mysophobia. Talk. You told me not to talk. Look at you, not only are you dirty-minded, but you are also unreasonable. It's just me taking care of the heir. If it were someone else, they would have turned against me long ago. Wayne rolled his eyes wildly. If he hadn't figured out Delane's background and was afraid that beating the knight would lead to the goddess, he would have locked Delane in the basement to draw cartoons for his broken mouth. Pure White Knight's Turbid Evil Fall. Subtitle translation. 2 minutes later, the black limousine stopped. Wayne walked quickly into the office building, deliberately letting Delane lag behind him, pretending that the other party was his secretary. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Even in Windsor, where people don't behave like humans, workers should have gone off work. In the entire Ministry of Magic headquarters, except for Austin, who was too responsible and chose to stay up late to work overtime, most of the others went to the theater next door to watch a play. It's just a change in leadership, not a salary reduction, it's not a big deal, just keep playing music and dancing. This is what Windsor is like. Wayne's office building was empty, only the lights in the deputy minister's office were on. A blonde woman in formal attire was working overtime to review documents. She was about 30 years old, with a short skirt covering her hips and black stockings wrapped around her legs, firmly grasping the charm of a mature woman. I didn't expect I had a secretary here. Wayne pushed the door open and walked in, and met the eyes of the female secretary, who looked up. Suddenly, he noticed a touch of familiarity between his eyebrows. It seemed like I had seen her somewhere. In terms of appearance, although the female secretary did not have the appearance of first love, she was quite pretty and could be considered a beauty. After a little thought, Wayne guessed that the other party was arranged by the queen. Austin would not, as you can see from the style of the maids of the Landau family. Except for Meghan, they were all strong and powerful. Seeing Deputy Minister Wayne in the middle of the night, the female secretary was stunned for a moment, then slowly stood up and said, Wayne, I didn't know you would come. According to Austin's meaning, I have already processed the documents. Do you want to see them? Who are you? You open your mouth and say Austin, and close your mouth and say Wayne. Don't you know what these two are now? Wayne looked at the female secretary for a while, and after a while, he said with a strange look, Ms. Collins, is that you? Yvette nodded, subconsciously pressed down her short skirt that was not over her knees, and was very embarrassed. Yvette Collins, a member of the Tulip family, Deputy Minister of Magic, one of the two legendary wizards most trusted by the Queen, The Deputy Minister of Magic has been replaced, and she has always occupied a seat, outlasting 4 colleagues, and can be called a veteran of 3 dynasties. Yvette has always appeared as a 50-year-old woman. It is not that she cannot stay young, but she does it deliberately, hoping that the image of an elder can avoid unnecessary troubles and let the young people who come later respect her. It was not Yvette's intention to suddenly become younger, but Sophia's request. The Queen analyzed Wayne's behavior and preferences, and had enough reason to suspect that he liked older people, so she gave Yvette a task. Thunder rolling. When she received the task, Yvette was completely confused. Wayne was still a child, and even Austen could be considered her junior. Would it be inappropriate for her to carry out the task? Just like when Yvette arranged Wayne to be the image ambassador of the Ministry of Magic, she tried to shut Philomena up. Windsor is a big country, and a big country should have a big country style. The beauty trap is too cheap. Yvette didn't say it, hoping that Wayne would understand it himself. This moment is just like that moment. Queen Sophia didn't say what the specific task was, hoping that Yvette would understand it herself. It can't be superficial and perfunctory, and it can't be overinterpreted out of context. It can only be said that the above meaning is good, and you will understand it if you think about it more. Although Yvette was dissatisfied, she still took the task out of loyalty. Wayne raised his hand to cover his face. The former image ambassador of the Ministry of Magic quickly guessed why Yvette had become younger and appeared in his office. He held it in for a long time and said, "The dress is beautiful. Don't wear it next time. Also, I appreciate the previous Ms. Collins more. I hope you don't break my respect for the elders. I understand. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble." Yvette was so embarrassed that she almost dug out an office building with her feet. She had said that she couldn't do it, but the Queen insisted on arranging it, and said that Wayne didn't like to chew it. Now, she lost all her face. "Wayne, this is..." Delaine's eyes lit up, smelling the embarrassment in the air, and knew that the fun was coming. "Nothing, a strange misunderstanding." "Of course I know it's a misunderstanding, you should solve it quickly. It has nothing to do with you." Wayne was too lazy to pay attention to Delaine. Yvette was a rare loyal minister among the legendary wizards. Even if the object of loyalty was not the Landau family, he was willing to help the other party retain some dignity. Delaine sneered repeatedly, staring at Yvette with silver eyes. "Little wizard, nice socks, where did you buy them?" "Sir, who are you?" Yvette subconsciously took a step back. The moment she was stared at by Delaine, she felt a chill around her neck. If she answered a wrong word, her life would be in danger. "I thought that Bai Mao, who was dressed in white, was Wayne's new luxury car. I brought it to the office tonight to run it in, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that Bai Mao is not an ordinary magician, but a strong man, far stronger than the legendary wizard. More powerful than the legendary wizard, a demigod. There are demigods in the world, shouldn't they be in the Void Kingdom?" Yvette's head was full of horrified question marks, and she swallowed her saliva subconsciously. The power of the Landau family was too terrifying. She advised the Queen to save her mind and be a mistress to Austen. Anyway, there was a leg before, and she had suffered a loss long ago. "Stop it, those are called stockings, I designed them, they are out of production now, I still have some in stock at home, the quantity is limited, I will give you a pair another day." Wayne waved his hand, interrupting the oppression imposed by Delaine, and released Yvette from the heavy atmosphere. "Just one pair. It's out of production, out of print, and the stock is limited," Wayne said perfunctorily. "Since it's so precious, I have to choose it in person. Clothes must fit you to be comfortable, so you don't get the wrong size." Delaine was relentless and decided to set fire to Wayne's warehouse. "No need, I know your size." "How is it possible?" Delaine's eyes widened. "When did you know it? Why didn't I know it?" Wayne sighed and glanced at Delane from head to toe. That's how I know it. As a fashion designer, I am professional. Delane was speechless, once again refreshing the low limit of the upper class. After dealing with Delane, Wayne finally had the opportunity to explain to Yvette, "Ms. Collins, I'm sorry to scare you. This is my friend. She heard that our Landau family had successfully rebelled, so she came to London to congratulate us. She has always been like this, and she didn't mean to target you." Seeing that Yvette looked miserable and dared not speak, Wayne added another knife, stabbing Yvette's heart. "My friend is well known in the magic world. You should have heard of the god-chosen knight of the Moonlight Goddess walking on the earth. It turned out to be the Moonlight Knight, no wonder he was so powerful." Yvette's scalp tingled. The Death Knight, the Dark Knight, the Moonlight Knight, the 5 god-chosen knights. The Landau family has already received the full support of 3 of the god-chosen knights. What about the Nature Knight and the Sun Knight? Are they on their way on horseback? Be honest, don't hide it, your Landau family has already received the support of all the god-chosen knights, right? Yvette was incredulous in her heart. She couldn't understand how the Landau family did it. Wouldn't these 5 chosen knights fight when they got together? Yvette had nothing to say. Wayne was very satisfied with this. He wanted this effect. He said happily, "Ms. Collins, I'll leave my work in the Ministry of Magic to you. Do a good job. The Landau family will not treat you unfairly in the future." Yvette smiled bitterly and had no choice but to nod. Otherwise, she would shout and swear to be loyal to the Queen, and then be killed on the spot by the chosen knight. How good it is to be alive. Why do you have to think about it? Even she is gone. Who can protect the Queen? By the way, Ms. Collins, I have just been promoted to Deputy Minister. It's my first day at work tonight. Please introduce my daily work and where is the warehouse of the Ministry of Magic. Wayne's map is very short. The Ministry of Magic has a minister and 3 deputy ministers. Yvette said slowly. The minister of the Ministry of Magic is in the name of the Queen. Except for major incidents, such as the betrayal of former Deputy Minister Orb, the disappearance of Deputy Minister Alan, and the Devil's surprise attack on the major branches of the Ministry of Magic, the Queen's minister rarely participates in the management of the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is jointly governed by 3 deputy ministers. Yvette is trusted by Sophia and usually exercises the power of the minister. The other 2 ministers, Orb, who used to supervise the order of the entire Ministry of Magic, and Alan are responsible for supervising the London fog. Up to now, Sophia is still in the name of the minister, and her exclusive power has been transferred to Austin, which is equivalent to Austin doing Yvette's former work. The fog is supervised by Celeste, and Yvette has nothing to do. Under Austin's appointment, she replaces Wayne to supervise the order of the entire Ministry of Magic. In the past, this was Orb's job, with great power, and everyone had to act according to Orb's face. This position is not for everyone. Orb's surname is Windsor. After 30 years of ups and downs, after the Landau family took over, Wayne, whose surname is Landau, took this position. It's reasonable. If you arrange for someone else, this rebellion will be in vain. Although there is no obvious change of dynasty in Windsor, more and more senior officials and upper classes are digesting this news. The influence has just begun. Wayne's dream of bullying the people is just around the corner, and the good days are still to come. When he heard that it was a lucrative job of supervision, Wayne immediately became interested. After repeated inquiries, he confirmed that the warehouse was really under his control, and he was so happy that he grinned. He X2. Hey, why are there 2 sounds? Wayne looked at Delane speechlessly. What are you laughing at? I warn you, this is my warehouse and has nothing to do with you. I'm happy for you, nothing else. It's better this way. Wayne originally planned to take a walk around the warehouse tonight to check for fire hazards and see where he could operate. Seeing that Delane was shameless and ready to take advantage of the fire, he gave up the idea instantly. "By the way, Ms. Collins, do you know the two projects I asked my father to arrange before?" Wayne asked. Yvette nodded. The general information of the two projects, Void Life and Hello Loki, had been moved to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic. They would move the laboratory there as soon as the new base of Deputy Minister Wayne was established. "Come on, take me to the warehouse." Wayne couldn't wait to get into the research, and said to Delane beside him, "You can see that I'm very busy at work. I have to work all night tonight. I don't have time to play with you. The car keys are here. Go back by yourself." These words are very easy to arouse people's imagination, intentional. The effect is remarkable. Yvette couldn't help but imagine the relationship between Wayne and Delane. After thinking about it, the Queen is really good at judging people. Wayne really likes chewy things. Delane heard the meaning of Wayne's words and gave face to not expose it. Not only did he not expose it, but he nodded and said, "I will work overtime with you. If you are not at home, I can only stay alone in the empty room when I go back. It's different to work overtime with you. At least I can see you." X2. "Wayne, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Who asked you to add drama?" Yvette, as expected of the bloodline of the Landau family, he is so good at deceiving women. "Austin, you still say he is not your son, how can you be so shameless?" Yvette led the way, opening the underground passage while explaining to Wayne the magic defense and shutdown activation methods of the office building. Soon, the three of them came to the independent warehouse on the third underground floor. Delane stood behind Wayne obediently, acting the whole set, with the character of secretary and lover written on his face, making Wayne feel uncomfortable. If Wayne is not comfortable, she will be comfortable. "I feel that this operation can continue, and go back to show it to Philomena and Chris. It must be very interesting to see the big and small beauties get angry. LE.jpg. Yvette closed the magic mechanism, pushed the door and walked in, turned on the wall lamp, and the huge warehouse was filled with shelves from beginning to end. There were countless sealed boxes, all of which were research materials collected from the branch. In addition, key experimental equipment and research materials were sealed and kept separately. The hell that Frank was studying was very dangerous, and the flesh and blood of the star beast that Bond was studying was not easy to deal with. If there was any negligence, the consequences would be disastrous. Wayne glanced at them and exclaimed. Delane smiled playfully, and he was more and more satisfied with Wayne. There were many fun things around the air, and he was not bored even if he didn't play cards. Yvette's face was livid. She smelled the smell of mice in the air, and her eyes flashed. The legendary wizard-level thinking inserted into the void, weaving an invisible net, and under layers of blockade and encirclement, the little mouse was soon blocked in the corner. It was a nearly transparent figure, turning from virtual to real, and the thinking contest was no match for Yvette, exposing his true face. Bon. The legendary wizard of the Ministry of Magic, former head of the Void Life Research Group. Bon, what are you doing here? Yvette asked coldly. I'm here. Bon was caught on the spot for breaking into the Ministry of Magic at night. He was panicking at this time. He was about to make up a good excuse, but suddenly found something wrong. Who are you? Are you the new legendary wizard of the Ministry of Magic? Why haven't I seen you before? Bon was very puzzled. Legendary wizards are not potatoes, so how can there be so many of them? I'm Yvette. Yvette was stunned in the middle of her words and pressed down the slightly embarrassing skirt. Under the cold and ruthless wall lamp, her long legs wrapped in black were twisted together. She was so embarrassed in her heart that she waved her hand to take out a robe and put it on. Yvette. Bon widened his eyes and said in disbelief, You are Deputy Minister Yvette Collins, is it true? Is it you? Okay, stop talking, No one treats you as a mute. Yvette was so ashamed that she faced the thief's question with a cold face and was about to ask for the crime. "Oh my God, it's really you." Bon looked weird at first, then laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. He patted the shelf next to him and said, "I know why you have become younger. Chill, very damn chill. You didn't wear a robe just now. I almost didn't recognize you." Bon laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. Yvette was so angry that she trembled all over. Her eyes burst into brilliance. She raised her hand and opened her 5 fingers. "Bon, this is the office building of Deputy Minister Wayne. You have been dismissed and are awaiting trial. You are now guilty. You didn't receive an invitation and shouldn't be here. Do you have anything to explain to the Queen?" "Explain to Austin," Bon whispered. Yvette was even more angry. She raised her hand to spread the life force field to catch the thief. "Wait a minute, I have a reason to come." Bon hurriedly stopped, pointing to the sealed data in the warehouse, and said with tears in his eyes, "This is all my hard work. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard for so many years. You can't remove me just because I am controlled by the devil. Does Deputy Minister Wayne know what void life is? Decades of success cannot be ruined because of his whim." Bon was somewhat incoherent. Wayne had helped Philomena get rid of the pollution of the flesh and blood of the star beast. He was one of the insiders. To say this, either the legendary wizard was hysterical or said it to Wayne in person. "Shut up, this is the arrangement of the minister and Deputy Minister Austin, you can't mess around." Yvette didn't care, protecting Wayne behind her and wanted to take down the big rat. "Wait a minute, I have something to say to Deputy Minister Wayne." Bon said to Wayne hurriedly, regardless of whether Yvette agreed or not, "Mr. Deputy Minister, I know the star beasts very well and I am the best researcher in Windsor. You can't do without me in your project. Give me a chance. This time I just want to do research. It's not impossible to give you a chance, but as far as I know, you were controlled by the devil as soon as you met. If there is a next time, won't the research results be stolen by the devil?" Wayne shook his head repeatedly and said in embarrassment, "It's not that I don't trust you, but you have too many previous records and can't be trusted. That is not an ordinary devil. The chosen knight of God can defeat it. It's not shameful for me to be controlled. I'm just unlucky. If it were Yvette, she would also be controlled." Bon complained repeatedly. It was not a crime of war. God wanted to kill him. He was also wronged. At this point, he added, "Deputy Minister Wayne, do you still remember Planck? He once invited you to dinner. I have a good relationship with Planck. For his sake, give him a chance." This. Wayne did have the idea of cooperating with Bon in research. The latter is experienced and a top researcher in the void. If he doesn't use people to death, it will be a shame to Windsor's fine tradition of being a bad person. "Master Bon, it was originally not possible. After all, you have a criminal record and are involved in rebellion, but Planck's face cannot be ignored." Wayne looked embarrassed and hesitated for a long time before saying, "My father Austin is different from the Queen. He loves talents. How about this, I will give you a chance to prove yourself." Wayne pointed to himself, "Yvette, and Elaine, you said that it doesn't matter who goes to the devil. I won't bully you. Choose an opponent to beat her. I will give you 30 seconds to fight and prove your own strength." She. Bon understood immediately, thinking that Planck's face was indeed useful. Look, Wayne has already handed him a ladder. In Bon's opinion, Wayne is mysterious and has many secrets. His current status is too high, so he is not suitable as a choice for fighting. It would be no good for him to win against the prince, as he would be in trouble in the future. If he lost, it would be no good for the research team. It would be no good to fight or not, so just pass. Although Bon didn't say anything, He had some guesses about Wayne's strength. Gangplank had reminded him that Wayne's ability was very strong and ordinary legendary mages might not be his opponents. It was hard to say whether Gangplank was bragging or not. After all, he had boasted about Wayne's talent. Bon only knew that Gangplank had boasted so much, so Wayne must have something to recommend him. It would be difficult to defeat his opponent within 30 seconds. Yvette was no good either. She couldn't win, let alone end the battle within 30 seconds. In this way, it was obvious who the latter Wayne sent was. White hair, it was decided to be you. Bon raised his eyebrows, feeling that this was a sure thing, so he didn't panic with both hands. Yvette frowned and stood in front of Wayne, saying coldly, "Bon, calm down. I advise you not to do anything stupid. The best choice is to admit defeat. I'm afraid this won't work. The new leader is watching. He has to perform well, otherwise he won't dare to speak loudly in the future." Under Yvette's speechless gaze, Bon provoked Delane and shouted, "Newcomer, who are you?" "Wayne's secretary." Delane said nervously, I'm not a legendary wizard." "Stop talking nonsense, it's you, I'll take you down in 30 seconds. Bon waved his hand, not giving Yvette a chance to make trouble, and pushed open the life force field to cover Delane. "I can't beat Yvette, I can't deal with Wayne, but I can't deal with you, my secretary? It's so funny, it won't take more than 30 seconds. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 320. Besides, Bon is indeed an honest man. He said he would end the battle within 30 seconds, and he did so within 30 seconds. He did not let Wayne and Yvette wait too long. The life force field spread out in front of him and dispersed in the back, which took less than 10 seconds in total. Wayne looked at his watch, then looked at Bon, who was stepped on by Delane, and subconsciously complained, "Delane, why did you reward him? This is called a reward, too high class, right? What about you, kid, are you often stepped on by Philomena and Chris?" Delane looked down at the legendary wizard under his feet, motionless, and the dazzling red blood slowly spread out and gathered into a pool in a few seconds. She wiped the blood stains on her white leather shoes and walked to Wayne in 2 steps. "How long did it take?" 8 seconds. Tisk, it took 8 seconds. I must have neglected to exercise, which led to a decline in strength. Who said it wasn't? You play cards every day, how can you have time to exercise? Damn it, starting today, quit drinking. The two sang the same tune, almost cut from the same mold. Yvette was quite speechless, secretly thinking that they were made for each other, and they deserved to be a pair of dogs and bitches. Bourne was still lying on the ground, with a big face and big eyes, bleeding quietly without making any sound, trying to leave by being invisible. Wayne didn't say anything to him. He was just a passerby, so there was no need to feel embarrassed. Although his posture when he fell to the ground was indeed very embarrassing, he looked very handsome when he pretended to be cool just now. Not everyone dares to speak loudly to the chosen knight. He checked the surrounding shelves by himself, and when he saw the files he was interested in, he opened them and read them directly. Delane also looked through the information. He never stops learning. There is no fool in the chosen knights. Every one of them is a top student with amazing knowledge reserves. Because it is more convenient to fly with great strength, they rarely use this knowledge, which makes them look reckless. Bon was still lying on his stomach. After confirming that no one was still paying attention to him, he stood up silently and wiped the blood off his face with his sleeves. He was too strong. He was no match at all. If the other party hadn't greeted him politely, he wouldn't have lasted for 8 seconds. So, who is the newcomer? Bon looked at Wayne and Delane, who were looking through the files. He didn't dare to disturb them. He quietly slipped to Yvette's side and put on a humble smile, "Mr. Deputy Minister, who is this elegant, outstanding, and beautiful lady?" Do you know? Life is like this, bending the spine of the legendary wizard. Yvette sighed faintly, and did not take the opportunity to make things difficult for Bon. This is the night chosen by the moonlight goddess walking in the world. Bon, equals. Moonlight night? Bon immediately stopped feeling ashamed when he learned that the strong man who killed him in seconds was the Moonlight Knight. Not only that, he also felt that he had misunderstood Wayne. The latter was Yvette, and it was his own mistake that he failed to seize the opportunity given by the leader. I hope that the leader will give him another chance because he humbly admitted his mistakes. Bon, you haven't answered my question just now. What are you doing here? Yvette asked with a dark face, knowing the answer. She was appointed by Austin and Sophia to supervise the entire Ministry of Magic on behalf of Wayne. Bon made a big mistake by breaking into the Ministry of Magic at night, and he was guilty, so he had to go through a lot. Don't even think about the salary, he will work for nothing in the next 10 years. Bon hesitated, talked about other things, and couldn't give a suitable excuse. He came here to move his research results and burn the warehouse to erase the evidence. These things can be done, but they cannot be said. They are two different things with two different costs. Yvette said expressionlessly, I will report this to the Minister and Deputy Minister Austin. You should be mentally prepared. Can't you give me a chance? Times have changed. Yvette only said one sentence, and Bon fell silent. Today is different from the past. Austin is going through the house deeds. What could be done before is absolutely impossible now. Maybe it can be done in the future, but it is absolutely impossible at this juncture. Bon sighed, came behind Wayne honestly, explained his research progress on void life, and showed his own value. Yes, I just need a deputy. You will be the deputy leader of the research group in the future. Wayne nodded and patted Bon on the shoulder, do a good job. I will make a promise to you on behalf of the Landau family. You will benefit from it in the future. After that, he waved his hand and told Bon to stay wherever he wanted and not to disturb his study. No words all night. The next day, Wayne drove Delane to a high-end restaurant at the Ministry of Magic headquarters for breakfast, and then returned to the office building to continue reading the information. He did not mention how to deal with Bon. The country has its own laws and the family has its own rules. The prince is guilty of the same crime as the common people. He cannot make special arrangements just because he appreciates Bon's talent. Yvette should deal with him according to the rules. Don't kill him or make him stupid. He is still waiting to get the wool. Hey, how long do you want to see? The time came to the second night. Delane tasted the local authentic French food and frowned and said, I know what you want to do. If you don't want to play cards with me, just say so. It's boring to drag it on like this. Delane, I really want to play cards with you, but I'm really busy. You can see that the rebellion has just succeeded. I really don't have time. Wayne gave examples of facts. The Landau family is dwindling, and Austin is his only son, not even a daughter. If he doesn't help Austin share the pressure, no one is qualified to help. No, I remember that your teacher's name was Sci-fi Landau, and she had a daughter named Veronica, who is Austin's daughter. Delane retorted immediately, remembering very clearly that these two people were frozen continent played cards with her. She might not remember others, but she couldn't remember her poker friends wrongly. That's not the case. Our family's situation is rather complicated. Wayne told a reasonable version, breaking down the relationships between the characters and explaining cause and effect. Delane was so confused that he was very clear at first, but in the end he was completely confused. Stop talking nonsense, I don't care what your family's situation is. I won't stay in London for long. During this time, you must be responsible for playing cards with me. Delane snorted coldly and asked Wayne to immediately turn the car around. Now, right away, she was going to see poker, chips, and poker friends within 10 minutes. The camera turned to the home of the high priest of Moonlight Church. Because of the arrival of the chosen knight, Philomena's manor has turned into a chess and card room. She can't complain yet. Delane is the Moon Knight, and no matter how many people kneel down, they can't get a chance to play cards with her. If she hadn't climbed onto Wayne's tall body, she wouldn't have had this chance. At the card table, Delane rubbed her little hands enthusiastically and asked Anastasia to deal the cards as quickly as possible. She had not been on the table for more than 24 hours, and it felt like 24 years had passed. Philomena looked at Anastasia, who dealt the cards warily. According to Chris, the saint of the Dark Church looked at Wayne very strangely and must be on guard. Although Philomena thought it was impossible, Chrissy vowed to do it and made a bet as someone who had been through it. It was such a big bet, and if she lost, she would have to listen to Chris at home and call her student's sister. Can't lose. Philomena held the cards in her hand and found Chris on the opposite side staring at her expressionlessly. She was confused and didn't know what happened. Chris sighed inwardly. Philomena was good at everything. Her appearance, figure, and temperament were impeccable. In terms of appearance, she was a perfect woman. As a teacher, Philomena also took special care of her. Only as a woman in love, Philomena can't do this or that. Being manipulated by a scumbag, her innocence is outrageous. She was obviously a competitor, but Chris couldn't help but feel pity for her. How could she survive in the future if she had no sense of precaution at all? Just like this, it can't survive more than 3 rounds in Whaley's hands. Philomena lacked survival experience and was destined to lose everything at the love card table. Chris didn't expect her to understand her eyes and said, "Wayne, where have you been all day? Are you going to have dinner with the Lord Knight?" "I'm not eating all the time. I've been doing research recently. I was reading information at the Ministry of Magic last night and I didn't sleep a wink all night." Wayne expertly put on his hair and pointed at his red eyes to testify. "Thank you for working hard on this family all night." Chrissy looked as elegant as a noble lady, which made Philomena swallow softly. She was just inexperienced, not brainless, and she quickly realized the deep meaning of Chrissy's words. Wayne didn't come back all night, and neither did Delane. Where were the two of them last night? Delane lost the first hand in excitement, and when he saw Anastasia pushing her chips in front of Wayne, she fiercely grabbed the corner of the table. In an instant, the 3 Waynes took their hands off the table, and Anastasia subconsciously took a step back. "What are you doing? Do you think I can't afford to lose? Stop looking down on others, this is the first one." It was a bad start. Delane secretly told Anastasia to continue dealing cards, and the first win would not be counted as a win. Wayne fell into her tactic of showing weakness to the enemy. If he was careless, it would be up to her to make a comeback against the wind. Headwind is also wind. No matter what the wind is, if you stand on the wind outlet, the pig can fly. Delane knelt down 9 times in a row, and the card table flew up, straight into the ceiling, and hung firmly on it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Among the chips in the sky, Delane pointed at Wayne and said, "Have you noticed that since I played cards with you, I haven't won once? Ah, is something wrong?" Wayne looked confused. "That's how life is. Some people are responsible for losing, and some are responsible for winning. I'm lucky. I'm responsible for always winning. There's nothing wrong with it. But, there is no one who always loses when betting on dogs. Even if the goddess of luck favors you, the outcome is still 50-50, and you can't win all the time. Say, you cheated. You cheated. It's not me, it's you. It's not me, it's you. Oh, you brat, let's see how I deal with you today." Delane was furious, and took 2 steps forward to grab Wayne's collar. 2 seconds later, when he saw that no one was stopping him, and Anastasia still looked like she should be like this, he felt even more angry. "Who are you looking down on? Her brand has always been good. The more Delahan thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly thought of something and said to the doctor on the side, "Chris, Wayne and I had a candlelight dinner at Buckingham Palace last night. He recommended a lot of your favorite dishes to me, and then brought some. I went to the Ministry of Magic Theater, but don't think too much about it, we read books all night and did nothing else." "Why do you have to explain if you have nothing else to do?" Philomena was furious. The majestic moonlight night actually robbed the man of the high priest of the district. "You don't even look at how old you are, how can you be so embarrassed? Damn it, why is the church like this?" Philomena was furious and angrily denounced the shameless behavior of the old cow eating the young grass. Chris smiled slightly, "So that's it, I just read a book all night, thank you Knight for clearing up my doubts. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm too jealous. If you don't explain, I will definitely misunderstand Wayne. Now it's okay." "How come it's okay?" "You don't mind, but I do." Philomena still didn't accept it. After being glanced at by Chris, she was stunned. "Chris, don't stare, this is innocent." "Philomena, are you sure, where are the dogs and bitches?" "Chris, at least it's innocent now." She deliberately provoked and waited to see the joke. "Don't let her succeed." Philomena, "Okay, teacher." Although, Philomena accepted the advanced experience instilled by Chris with an attitude of humility and learning. The latter repeatedly charged on the front line, and it would not be wrong to believe the words of the veteran. "Ah, that's all." Delahan looked at Chris, who looked calm, and then at Philomena, who was comforted, and raised his voice to emphasize, "We had a candlelight dinner, went to the theater hand in hand, and then read books all night, all night." "Chris. And then, don't you describe some details? Are you old women getting more innocent as you get older?" Delahan saw the mockery in Chris's disregard, and his chest rose and fell violently with anger. He lifted Wayne's collar and lowered his head, and then there was nothing else. "Continue playing cards." Boom. The card table returned to its loyal ceiling. Delahan lost all his money playing cards, and his attempt to sow discord was firmly controlled. He was so angry that he swore on the spot that he would quit drinking from today and swear to be mortal enemies with pornography. Delahan lost the interest in playing cards, and Anastasia left immediately. Tonight, he was too close to Faith, and he almost couldn't control his resentment when dealing cards several times. If they stay any longer, they will be unable to hold back. The saint of the dark church fled away, and Wayne frowned at her back. As far as performance was concerned, the black-skinned elf could not betray him, but just in case, he still had to ask clearly in person. "Philomena, Chris, the knight will stay here tonight. It is inconvenient for you to stay." "I will drive, come home with me." Wayne smiled innocently, considering Delahan. "No, tonight I will teach faith magic to the meritorious ministers of the church. This is a rare opportunity, and they cannot leave." Delahan raised his hand and waved. With her watching tonight, Wayne would not think of traveling. As he said, he taught the secret method of the Moonlight Church on the spot, not giving Philomena and Chris a chance to refuse. Playing cards makes people lose their minds, and Delahan is the best example. The Moonlight Goddess asked her to keep a good eye on Wayne. Her plan was to double seal with beautiful teachers and students. In a rage, she completely forgot about this. Wayne shrugged, gave the two women a look, and left sadly under Delahan's smug eyes. "Chris, what did I say? There is something wrong with the saint of the dark church." She glanced at Wayne before leaving. "Philomena, so what? The saint must be pure, otherwise the goddess will not let her go." "Chris, the saint can resign." "Philomena, what should we do?" "Chris, don't panic, she is just an old woman, she can't beat us." "Philomena, she is indeed old." The black luxury car drove away from the High Priest Manor, and after a while, it stopped at the intersection of the alley, avoiding the dim street lights in front and behind. The black-robed figure passed through the hazy fog and quickly came to the front of the car. He struggled outside the door for a long time before opening the door and slowly sitting in the passenger seat. The car shook. 2 minutes later, Wayne took back his hand from Anastasia's shoulder and allowed the black-skinned female elf to return to normal human form. After the examination, Anastasia was in his shape inside and out, and because of this examination, the condition that had improved slightly before was aggravated. There is no possibility of betrayal. Anastasia panted softly, and the black robe hood covered her face covered with red tide. Only a strand of red hair fell, slowly rising and falling with her chest. Looking at Anastasia's appearance, Wayne was quite reluctant. The other party was a rare moral role model that he admired and respected. If he continued, it would only aggravate the condition and get deeper and deeper. Emotion told Wayne that it was time to stop, but reason told Wayne that he had to continue. The way the Moonlight Goddess dealt with him was very problematic. The three gods' joint election was already on the Moonlight Goddess menu. Delane could contact the Moonlight Goddess, and Mura and Leo could also contact the Goddess of Nature and the Sun. The three goddesses of the Life Alliance all paid attention to him. Similarly, Anastasia can naturally contact the Dark Goddess. She knows not only the three gods' election, but also the shocking five gods' election. If the Dark Goddess really knows, Wayne can't bring up the intention to kill Anastasia. He respects the saint's transcendent moral character, but he has to admit that she has brought him great pressure. He just checked Anastasia's memory and found that she had never contacted the Dark Goddess. Anastasia arrived in London, and she really wanted to get close to Faith from the bottom of her heart. I always feel something is wrong. The Dark Goddess sent believers to stay in the frozen continent all year round, and also sent messengers to ripen the dark night. Among all the goddesses, she is most concerned about the seal of the frozen continent. There is no reason for the Dark Goddess to not ask a single question after the crisis. Wayne took a deep breath. Sir Saint, after the crisis of the seal was lifted, have you contacted Her Majesty the Dark Goddess? Anastasia shook her head, took a few deep breaths, and managed to control her irritable mood. Surgery is useful, but there is a prerequisite: try not to face your faith. Once the distance is close, your desire will expand rapidly and your condition will worsen rapidly, which means that the previous surgery was in vain. Don't panic, I promised you, you have to have confidence in me. Wayne opened the car door and led Anastasia into the dark alley. 5 minutes later, Pale Nest got into the sewer and left, and the second corrective surgery was successfully completed. Wayne took the opportunity of the operation to check Anastasia again, not missing a single corner inside and out, and he was very thorough. He is one of our own and sincerely believes in him, so there is no possibility of betrayal. Am I really thinking too much? Wayne frowned, looked at Anastasia who was huddled in the passenger seat like a quail, and said, Your Majesty the Holy Lady, are you still qualified to contact the Dark Goddess now? You can contact us, but it's not as easy as before. Anastasia said intermittently that the saint is the descendant of the goddess in the human world, and can listen to the oracle and carry the goddess's thoughts. In addition, although communication is two-way, the power of choice lies in the hands of the goddess. To use an inappropriate analogy, if you have a phone call with your leader, employees will be on call 24 hours a day and be ready to listen to your leader's voice at any time. On the contrary, if you call your leader, you may encounter a situation where the leader is busy. It is not easy for Anastasia to contact the Dark Goddess. Not only does it require a lot of arrangements, but there is also the possibility of contact failure. The probability of failure is higher now. Although she has not tried it, she also knows that the success rate will become lower and lower until completely unable to get in touch with the Dark Goddess. In other words, the goddess can still contact you now, right? Wayne secretly thought that he had a headache. He hesitated for a moment and asked, is there a possibility that you have served the church for many years and are very tired? You plan to step down as a saint and just want to live an ordinary life in the future. Anastasia smiled bitterly. Resigning as a saint, she was completely out of control, although she still wanted to struggle. Of course, if this is the order of faith, she will strictly implement it without complaint. Hearing Anastasia's inner voice, Wayne was helpless. He didn't want to order Anastasia to turn into Senna step by step, but the hidden danger was too great in case the dark goddess suddenly. Wait a minute. Wayne took a deep breath. Your Majesty the Holy Lady, is there a possibility that you have contacted the dark goddess? Anastasia shook her head, convinced that she had never done it. After being bored in the frozen continent for a long time, her desire was unsatisfied, so she followed her desire and came to London. That's a god after all. If she doesn't want you to know, you won't know. Wayne smiled bitterly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have given my body back to you in the first place, so that I wouldn't be noticed by the dark goddess. Anastasia's face turned pale and she grabbed Wayne's hand suddenly. My faith, please believe me, I have not betrayed your thoughts. Because of Wayne's order, she cannot call him master. Under normal circumstances, she will avoid Wayne's first name, and when she cannot avoid it, she will choose other honorifics. I believe you, but the goddess, I don't even know what she is thinking. Wayne thought deeply, took out his hand, noticed Anastasia's negative emotions of self-blame and self-loathing, and comforted her not to be sad. After a while, Anastasia was confused because Wayne said too many nice things. As a last resort, he called the pale nest and pushed Anastasia onto the operating table again. The emotional fluctuations are violent, speeding up the evolution, and need to be suppressed. After the surgery, Wayne also made a decision. Instead of continuing to be suspicious, doubting this and that, and even having trouble sleeping, it is better to take the initiative and test whether the goddess of darkness has already arrived. Wayne admitted that he was gambling. Your Majesty the Holy Lady, contact the dark goddess tonight. I want to hear her voice.